Apologies about that. I don't think it can be a good conference if there's not a little bit of technical issues at the start. But anyway, so hope you enjoyed the keynote. So that was Guy Podgiorni, the CEO at Tessel. And right now, so let's kick this off, the tools in action with two amazing individuals. So we're going to be talking about the landscape, the AI native landscape with Patrick Dubois, who is a DevRel here at the AI Native Dev, with Amir Shiva, a general partner at Dartmoor Ventures, and who's also like a former executive at Google, Microsoft, Slack, Amazon, Twitter. What haven't you done, Amir? That's my question. Now, cool. So I think I'll pass it on to you guys and hope everybody enjoyed this one.
Hello.
Hey, Amir. When there's a big event, there's always a few people who have to warm up the audience. That's how I feel right now. Right?
Exactly.
So,
exactly.
Yeah.
And I like the fact that they found the only photo of me with a buttoned shirt for the intro. So that's the only button shirt I own as an engineer.
Yeah, the internet never forgets. That's true. I have my fair share of people picking up things there as well. So today we're going to talk about the AI native dev landscape. This is what Guy also mentioned in his keynote. We've been collecting tools, looking at tools for several months right now. And I think this session is what's new, what's coming. And it's the great intro for the whole AI tools in actions, because there's so many tools out there and people are really craving to have more tools. If you haven't done yet, you can see it at landscape.ainativedev.io. Pay that a visit. If anything's missing, let us know. All right. So I'm going to kick it off with the first observation. I was adding tools to this and they came in, and you think you know a few coding tools. And if every week there's a couple of new of them. So that code section exploding. I don't know whether you notice the same thing, Amir, but why is that? Why is that so unique and happening now?
So this is very common. So I think that's a great question. And every time you see a new technology coming up, developers love it and create a lot of interesting innovation around it. So if you remember when Android was launched, tons and millions of applications came to fruition. So we're seeing the same thing. There's a new thing in town, which is how can we use AI in a better way to generate software? And there's tons of tools that are targeting multiple aspects of software creation, whether it's design, whether it's prototyping, whether it's testing, whether it's the IDE. And we're seeing a lot of things happening around the IDE lately. The questions that we need to ask ourselves in the future is which of these tools are going to be consolidated and which of these tools are going to work well together? Because if you remember the old days of every time you have this type of innovation, you have tons of tools, but none of them are connected. And you need to do a lot of building yourself and scripting yourself in order to connect all these tools. So I think the key here is to evaluate all these and to see what works well together in a stack.
That's a good observation. And I think when we initially thought about categorizing things as, this one is an agent, this one has that. It was a lot more about the features. But what is happening is, because there's so much fierce competition, is that every tool is copying whatever cool new feature the other one. So it's almost like a race to the bottom. And like you say, the survival will be the one that is maybe not the best ultimate coding tool, but the one that integrates, the one that looks at the workflow and improves that in the whole coding tool.
100%.
So yeah.
I totally agree. I think as an engineer, I want everything to work together and to give me the best interface and the best process and the best workflow so I can be productive. I don't need to work for my tools. So right now, you do a lot of working for your tools in order to connect them all. But I think that we'll see how prompt engineering connects to my cursor, connects to my testing. I think that is the near future.
Well, it's a period of chaos, like any new technology, and this is surfing the wave of innovation.
Exactly.
In there, indeed. All right. In the last 6 months, something that caught everybody's eye was the vibe coding, right? That really resonated, although it is essentially not something new. But I had my fair share in my life about like having labels and like people all of a sudden react to this. The reaction to vibe coding was enormous, right? Like there was haters, there's lovers. In your opinion, like what is it? Like how does it like bring value?
So I think the first thing is that it's a horrible brand. I think it's a very bad name for something that I think is very useful. We call it vibe coding because it's almost derogatory. It's like, yeah, I have a vibe to code something. But if you look at it behind the scene, the actual process actually makes a lot of sense. The human says what they want to do, and we're working with the AI, they create stuff. And vibe coding starts with like, hey, the engineer, the person doesn't know anything about engineering, but I'm an engineer, and I tremendously enjoyed using vibe coding because I was more effective using the vibe coding and to get the workloads that I wanted to do. I didn't want to engineer a back-end service that was infinitely scalable. I wanted to make a simple page, and I didn't want to code it, and I don't really like CSS and stuff like that. So the vibe coding created all that for me. I'm more of a back-end engineer, and it was really, really useful. I would actually call it PM coding because I think I acted as the PM in that instance, and I told the AI what to do. Last thing I'm going to say about vibe coding is that they've solved not just the coding, but also the SRE job, which is really interesting. A lot of these people, it doesn't just creates the code, it also deploys the code, which I think is very interesting because it takes more of the CI/CD workloads and automates them for me. So I don't need to worry about a lot of the processes of just deploying it and seeing and sharing a link to someone that I want to share this thing that I've created for.
Yeah, I'm all about like operationally and deploying stuff, so that's great. In one of my blog articles, I talk about the shift from moving from coder to manager. On the one hand, you're managing and watching whatever is being generated, whether that's good or not, that review process, but also in production, when it fails, right? Like you are responsible still, like, and having that understanding is really key. For those who don't know, the word vibe coding actually originates a little bit within the AI engineering world, where within the community, when people were delivering AI applications, and they were like, "Looks good to me," and like whenever a new model comes out, they didn't have rigorous testing, and the community started calling this vibe checks of models. And I think that's how that term kind of got into the vibe coding thing as well. I think it's so powerful. It's scary at the same time, but yeah, I'm hooked. It gets you into the flow, right? Much like your coding flow, and that's really powerful. And the better the tools will get, the better, the more robust that we're prepared for this. So definitely vibe coding. I don't see it that much as a scary thing as others kind of portray it. Of course, if you don't look at your code, okay, right? There's scrutiny, but you're still professional, right? So if that is, and I also like the fact that Karpati brought in maybe to do it by voice, which is another fun thing, right? I don't know if you heard about that, but you just talk to the machine, it just accepts it.
I love that, and it really resonates what you said about checking and doing the PR, because I think you need to use vibe coding today for certain workloads. I wouldn't do vibe coding today for security and compliance, for example, but I'll definitely do vibe coding for creating a prototype for a front end or a simple game. So I think that the more core the workload is, the more the human needs to be involved in checking and maintaining and making sure that it passes not just the vibe check, but also the rigorous testing that you need to do for some workloads. But if it's actually for lightweight workloads, things that you do for marketing, for example, creating a web page for marketing, then this is a great tool for prototyping. And I believe that the AI will become better and more proficient in core workloads as time passes.
Yeah, and that prototyping is key. Like I use it many times. You do vibe coding of a period, you just accept it, but you actually start understanding the problem better. So when you're actually going to do the coding, you have actually explored the domain. So similar to exploratory testing, it's like exploratory coding as such. All right, let's move on to the next big trend, MCP. It seems like the golden key or something right now. Like everybody's doing MCP, right?
Yes, everybody's doing and everybody's talking about MCP.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's a few successful implementations of MCP. I think Zapier is doing a very good job there. And I think that the key here is that connected systems are, I think, the most important thing in modern software. Like if you're building software that does not connect systems, it has a very limited use. And MCP is the way, or at least the current way, to connect between AI and integrating systems, just like API used to be for regular coding that we used to do. And I think MCP also is a new paradigm that needs to be tested. So a lot of my friends have used MCP and they say, hey, it's a great standard and I love the server functionality, but it does have a lot of things that are still missing there. So it's been in the market for about a month in our minds, with a lot, maybe a little bit more, with the launch of a few popular MCP servers, but it's still work in progress. That's my thought right now.
Yeah, where last year was before last year, it was all about making work in vector databases. Last year was evals, and this year it's everything about MCP and exposing. And I think it's the nice thing is that all the vendors can bring in their APIs. So that kind of ecosystem blew up in a way that you don't have to have an integration or a plugin or something within the ecosystem of your coding editors, but you can just start using the tool. So I hear what you're saying. It's not as like the perfect standard, but at least it's something that is being worked on, and that's why it's so great as and it's being integrated everywhere, right?
Yes, yeah. And I think there's like there's two levels of problems here as an engineer. One of them is to choose the right system for my prompt. So let's say I have Slack connected and I have Jira connected. I have multiple systems in my organization. So the first level is to choose the system that I want to work with. MCP does not solve that. That's still to be solved. But once I choose the right system, MCP helps me implement what I want to do as an AI in that system of record. So I think that's where MCP is very useful.
Oh, right. Specifications, maybe one of the last things we're going to talk about. We started not just doing prompts, but like just feed it like whatever. Like we write it the specification, either product or technical, which is also a new trend that they're all building this kind of in one form or another in there as well. So yeah, that's just one. Like for the sake of time, I'll move on to the next one as well. Autonomous coding agent is probably where the excitement is, and also the guy showed it in his keynote. Yeah, it's headless, it's CLI, it's asynchronous, and it just does the work, right?
Yeah, I love that because it actually adds the aspect to agents that have been missing for so long, which is agency. We've been working with agents, telling them what to do, not giving them their own agency to create the things that they need to do. And coming back to vibe coding, I really like the fact that when there's an error, it automatically asks you, hey, should I check it? Should I fix it? So I think the future holds in systems that are autonomous, that have their own agency to solve problems. And I think we'll see that in the very near future.
Yeah. So you speak already about the future, right?
Yes.
So we got a lot moving in the last 6 months, right? We got some new excited integrations and directions where it's heading. One interesting question is, what are we still missing, right? What kind of do we need? What's unpolished? What's kind of like emerging?
Yeah, and I'd love to hear your thoughts there as well, because I think you have tons of experience and knowledge in this area. What I think will happen now is an era of consolidation, where a lot of these tools are going to be connected or acquired by other companies, and we're going to see more stacks of connected agents and systems and testing and basically everything that we had in the CI/CD pipeline, everything that we had in the old traditional coding will need to port into this new way of doing things. So I think that's one thing. The next thing is that we're going to go and see more and more core workloads being implemented with this method. Right now, I'm seeing POCs, proof of concepts, and early stage mockups, but we're not seeing core workloads. So I think we're going to see that. And with that, more enterprise adoption of these solutions. So that's my bet for the next 6 to 12 months.
Yeah, I definitely hope it's coming to more enterprises, and the scrutiny on there will indeed be key. I'm looking forward to solving things like doing something on behalf of a user. Authentication is kind of like something that's still,
Love that.
well, authentication is one thing, but access control, who gets access to what agents, like even in VIOLA mode, what resources you're allowing. So I'm getting the vibes of access management control of AWS, where it's like super complex to give access. Also kind of that like asynchronous will be fun, and in general, how people build up that trust, like what Guy was saying. We gotten good at describing what we want, and it gets more context. But I see kind of the flip side of this. How do you actually know and describe what good looks like? Because now it's generating, and then we are still the ones that kind of need to assess it. So now we need a system that actually judges. In the evaluations, they call it like LLM as a judge, but we need something that actually understands, and on our behalf starts saying this is good and this is bad. Not just it runs or the linter passes, but this is actually what I meant. So that's a lot of exploration to be coming. So the next 6 months at the next event, Amir, let's see where we came from. And I thank you for just sharing your thoughts. And it's just an exciting space. So yeah, awesome. And I guess now it's over back to Ben, right? And enjoy the rest of the track.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Amir and Patrick. What a great way to kick off this Tools in Action. I mean, you can't kick it off better than here are all the tools. So I think right now, as you mentioned, we have like 200 plus. Interesting to see how that's going to progress, whether there's going to be consolidation and whatnot. So I think one quick way to intro our next speaker. So as part of these AI native tools, you probably heard the release of Juni, right? Very, very recently, JetBrains sort of like released their own AI native tool, sort of like Copilot. And Anton, who is like a developer advocate there, who's also a big Java champion, is going to tell us all about it. Also explain to us a lot more about like inline completion and just basic agentic workflows and what lessons there are for us as developers trying to shift into this new paradigm. Cool. So thank you so much for joining, Anton. Let's gather the crowd and please all welcome him in the comment section. Anton, are you here?
Hello everyone. We're going to talk about AI tooling in IntelliJ, and my talk will cover a few stages, starting from the completions, inline completions, cloud completions, various AI actions, chat modes in IntelliJ, reaching out to the agentic tool that we just recently announced, Juni. and I will walk you through the phases. So let me actually start with the sharing the screen. So I hope you can bring it up now. Let's see. Yeah, we are here. So I have IntelliJ AI, but we will start from the diagram. In fact, I have a little slide. That's the only slide I have. Everything else will be inside IntelliJ AI. So those are the stages of AI assistance inside the editors. Just my creation. I mean, I haven't created all the tools, but it's something I came up with for explaining the whole subject. So on the left, we have minimal assistance from the tools, where you have like very minimal completions, single line completions or single statement completions inside the editor, and reaching out to the most right end of the spectrum, you have all this agentic mode programming, where you kind of lose or stop tracking what kind of code you're actually creating by just guiding the tool what kind of functionality you want to generate. And we start with a very basic one. So we start with the minimal assistance from the tooling. Let's see how it looks like inside IntelliJ AI. So I have a Spring Boot application. It's a very minimal one. It's just one controller. There are a few implementations of the algorithm interface. They are just geometry filters, basically. And let's say I want to implement functionality that will select the implementation based on a configuration option. So that's the scenario we're trying to implement. And at the moment, I assume that I'm really well aware of what kind of code I want to write. And I don't need AI tool to actually write the code for me. I want to do it myself. I want to stay in the control. So what kind of code would I write here? So maybe a function that select algorithm by a property that is injected from the configuration, and that's gonna be something like this. There's the $. I can get a type a property name, algorithm type, and then property parameter name should be type of type string. And well, as you see, I'm not really getting a lot of assistance by the AI yet. That's going to be a bin right there, and that's going to be an algorithm. So first time we see some completion happening right here at the end of the line, because what is happening right now as I type, there is a local model working inside the IDE provided by a plugin called full line completion that looks at the code, skipping the comments that it sees above the cursor in the same file, and tries to come up with suggestion. In fact, I can visualize what is happening. Let me complete this line with an internal tool that I have installed for myself. So there are stats happening. This is something I installed just to visualize for this demo, to visualize what is happening when I hit the buttons and the IDE is working on providing the different suggestions. So as I type here, I know exactly what code I want to type, right? I want to check for the value of the string, and if it matches some sort of a value, I would return a class or a type instance. So return, and as you can see on the bottom right, the model has calculated that with probability of 36%, the next statement that should satisfy my requirement is going to be when with the type subject. And it also renders it in the editor. that's cool information for me to check how the AI completion works. But let's see how it works like for the next statements I'm going to type. As you can see, it found some suggestion by the model that is working on my machine right now. But this suggestion doesn't seem to be relevant. It might be a red code. It might be like irrelevant code, maybe even, whatever the model generates. So for this kind of workflow where I'm exactly aware what kind of code I want to write, I just need very fast completions to help me with the task that I'm currently working on, and not to get in a way. That's the most annoying thing when the tool is getting in a way. And that is why we would rather not show you any completion than show you something incorrect or something that is hallucinated. So if I continue, let's say quick how is one of the values I want to get, I can see that the model is generating something, and quick how is the model. I want to get an instance. On the next line, it already suggests something that is relevant, and the code is not read, so I can accept it. So that's the kind of very minimal. That's the very start of the AI-assisted programming inside IntelliJ IDEA, and it's configurable. We have options for inline completions where you can enable or disable full line completions based on the language and download the relevant models. I currently have all of them downloaded, therefore they just display as checkboxes, but normally you would have like a download button there. We also have another step in the story where we can say that we know what we want to get, but we are too lazy to type, and we want to get larger code snippets from the models as an assistance. So we can enable the cloud completion suggestions. They can suggest full snippets of code. There are limits, of course. It will not generate like 1,000 lines of code, but it will generate sensible code snippets that you can accept partially, token by token or line by line. And it has a few levels of configurations where you want the filter that works inside the IDE to filter out more, to allow less red code, or let's say less creative code, that then you would select the focused mode for this completion. Or you want to get more creative and you are fine of getting some interesting code snippets from the model. I have currently enabled the balance mode. Let's see how it works. I feel adventurous today. So I have enabled the cloud completion, and let's see how it behaves with the same scenario that I just had. So previously, as I said, the full line completion would ignore the comments. So it would only look at the code snippets. But here, I already added a comment of a function that I want to write, and the cloud completion would account for that. So if I just type it here, it already sees that, well, there are implementations of the algorithm. There is a interface. We are in the context of Spring Boot application. We want to read a configuration option and so on. And it comes up with this full, complete, correct code snippet where I could, now accept either partially. Let's see. I have something with my keyboard right now, or just completely accepting those snippets as is. Maybe I don't want some part of the snippet, and I would rather throw an exception if I don't match any of the values from the configuration. And currently you can see that Melem is the completion provider in the diagnostics right here in the bottom left. And Melum is our open source completion model that we recently open sourced to the community. You can download it and experiment with that as well. So as you can see, we have 2 levels already of completions where I know exactly what I want to do and I want to control every statement, or I can lose the ends up a little bit and I'm fine with the completion generating various code snippets like in multiple lines of code. Let's go further. The next level is in-editor generation with minimalistic prompts, meaning that you are still focused on the code that you're currently writing. Assume, well, we can have something else here. We can, let's see, we can, let's try generating a function that would maybe split a list of values for us, split a function or a utility function to split a list of elements into a list of lists of elements by an example element. So this would invoke a local code generation, and it's kind of similar to the snippet completion that we just saw. The difference is that the completion would run or generate the code in the place of the cursor, but inline code generation would actually span across the file. It might add imports, it might change the function names, it might split functions, it might generate some additional components for this to work. And of course, it's also double checked with for the red code, for the relevance, and so on. So now we have the patch right in the code. We can do some follow-ups here to correct our requirements to the generated code. Maybe what I see here is not exactly corresponding to what I want. Maybe I want to add extra constraints, or I can just accept it. Of course, further on, I can either regenerate this code somehow, say that I don't want functional style, or vice versa, I want it to be immutable, or start calling the AI actions, and the AI actions actually start getting you out of the current screen, current file, and maybe generate some code outside of that file. So for instance, we can ask it to generate unit tests. So currently what is happening, the AI assistant matched the name or the suffix of the file that we used to call the action from, and it created a relevant name for the test file and created a few test cases for me to satisfy the functionality that I just generated for that function. As you can see, we already loosening our control a little bit more. We are not focusing on a single line of code. We are not focusing even on a local snippet of code. We are now generating the code in different places of the file and even in different files. So let's accept that. I'm not sure if the tests would fail or not. Let's assume that some of them should fail. Some of them probably will pass. But currently, our goal is not to test the code. The goal is to explain at which stage are we. So we generated the code inside the editor. In fact, we can move on and look at the chat now. So from this point on, we are getting out of the local file. We are shifting our focus out of the editor. As you can see, the tests, some of the tests failed, some of the tests didn't fail, but we can take the different flow and start fixing them and asking the AI assistant how to fix them. That's not in focus right now. So let's get ourselves into the chat. How can we do that? For instance, the function that we just generated, this one, we can ask the AI assistant to start doing something with this snippet of code, like start chat using the selection. We can either take the full file there or just a function and ask the AI assistant to do something with this code, like transform it or maybe test it somehow differently, suggest something. There is now a dilemma, not really a dilemma, but there is a one important fact you have to account for, is that by default, the chat would not look into the whole project, right? We just asked it to do something with a little snippet of code, so we already take this action to isolate it. But we can choose to tell it to look at the whole code base. Please, whenever action I ask you to do, please scan the project for the relevance of my query, and maybe populate the context with additional information from the source code, depending what will I ask for. So maybe I will ask to rewrite this code in imperative style. What will happen? The chat will retransform my query, ask the platform if there are any relevant resources that we can add into the context. Currently, there were no additional files attached, only the selection and the current file actually, and then we just got a response. So at this point, we are at the position of we are kind of an agent right now. We are the agent. We take the decision what kind of code we want to integrate back into the project, what tests we have to run to assure that the code is correct, and so on. So there is an extra mode for figuring out or automating integration of the code generated, model generated code back into the project. We are currently in the chat mode, but we could have automated that as well. So there is a beta feature. I'm not going to run that at the moment because we want to get to agentic workflows quicker. But at this point, I can just tell the AI assistant to integrate the code correctly, and it will display me the diff that applies the code snippet. All right. So when we are, no, actually, I will take you to the editor mode, and just to quickly demonstrate what could happen. So we're going to switch into code base mode. We're going to tell the chat that it can observe whatever we have in the project. Yes?
Sorry, Anton. This is super exciting, and just wanted to flag very, very quickly that there's a lot of people who are asking you a ton of very relevant questions, and we are jumping in 1 minute with the next talk. I have tried to curate like some of these questions, so I'm just gonna, in the next 1 minute, if you can try to answer multiple questions at once, so at least these were the most relevant.
Okay.
So first of all, we've had a couple of people wanting to ask you, and I think you mentioned it throughout your talk of like what libraries were used, but could you restate what JetBrains like AI assistant and like Juni, like what stack is it based on, what languages is it based on, and a very quick follow-up, like how does Juni understand like the legacy system and like the constraints for each enterprise or like a company or project?
Right. So we have two plugins. I have been showing only the part for the AI assistant, and I just executed the query for Juni to run on the screen while I'm answering the question. Juni provides completion, or not Juni, sorry, AI assistant provides completion, the model selector. You can chat with your project, and you are the agent who decides what kind of code to integrate and what tests to run. Juni, in contrast, just automates all that for you. So it will iterate on the problem that you have asked for. Like for instance, in this workflow that I just started, I asked Juni to implement the persistence layer, which means that it will span, the code changes will span across the entire project, starting from the controller to services, configuration files, build files, maybe for adding the different additional libraries and so on. So the stack, you mean the implementation probably, then it's all implemented in Kotlin, of course, because most of the plugins that we build and like we develop for IntelliJ AI platform, they are built with Kotlin. It works for any languages, but for Juni specifically, what we want to do is to be able to integrate with the platform-specific or technology-specific tools, meaning if I generate code for Java, I should be able to run the Java compiler or Java linter or some Java build tool like Maven or Gradle, and get maybe run the tests. So I need to integrate with test runner and so on. And that is technology specific, right? So for Juni, we do that. For Juni, it depends what kind of technology you use in the project. However, code generation doesn't depend on that. So even if Juni does not support some technology, like running Python tests for inside IntelliJ maybe because it's implemented for PyCharm, Juni is still able to generate the code that you ask for, even though it's not supported inside the platform. For instance, you may want to generate some C++ code inside IntelliJ, and there is no C++ tooling by default. So that's possible.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for explaining all that, Anton. And yeah, like I think a lot of us started coding with JetBrains, and we're just all super excited that Juni is out. So yeah, excited to see where all that is going to go. But yeah, fantastic talk, super cool session. I think everybody really, really enjoyed it. So thank you so much, Anton.
Thank you.
Great. So now I'm super excited to talk about like the next talk. We're going to be welcoming Spring's first developer advocate from Broadcom, Josh Long, and I'm really excited about this one because Josh is a big open source contributor, YouTuber, has his own podcast, and did a lot of like very cool like video courses. So really, really excited to hear this one with you guys.
Hi, good morning,
hey,
good
Josh,
afternoon.
How are you? Hey,
how are you?
Thanks for jumping on, and thanks for your patience on this. Yeah, as I said, really excited to kick this off. So I'll just leave the presentation to you. Over to you,
Well,
Josh.
all right. Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. Welcome. My name is Josh Long. I work on the Spring team, and I am here to talk to you all about the amazing Spring AI project, which, by the by, releases a GA release on 20 May. So that's just, what is that? 7 short days away. And indeed, I think there's even a final sort of release candidate, or maybe it's a final, I don't know. It's a release candidate today or sometime very soon. So be on the lookout for that. And the whole purpose of Spring AI is to sort of commoditize a lot of the patterns that people realize that they need when working with AI engineering patterns. I think we in the Java and Spring communities are uniquely well situated to take advantage of this moment in time to sort of integrate AI into our applications. And when we do that, we find that as amazing as AI technologies are today, they're not perfect, and there are some drawbacks. And so we see certain problems and well understood patterns. For example, it's hard to get an AI model to stay focused on one particular outcome. So you give it a system prompt. They're stateless. That is to say, they forget every single, they forget what you've said after every single request. So you're meant to provide a transcript that's called chat memory. They don't know how to integrate with the external world. So you give them tool calling. They don't know about your data. So you prompt stuff, which is to say you take data and put it in the body of the text sent to the AI model. But what data? That's the question. Not all models can support all your data. Certainly it's variable and it depends on the model and the size of your data, but there is, for all of them, a finite sort of upper bound, some much larger than others, but still. So in order to limit how much data you send, just to be sensible and to avoid the complexity and dollars and cents cost, use things like RAG, retrieval augmented generation, and vector stores, which make it easy to do semantic similarity searches for data. And of course, finally, these chat models are just that. They're chat models. They like to chat, and they sometimes do so confidently, even when they're dead wrong. So you have to make sure that you evaluate their output. So today we're going to look at how you can use Spring AI to sort of meet the moment with some of these kind of use cases in hand. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a little dog adoption shelter thing, right? We're going to build a shelter for dogs that you can adopt, and we're going to do so in terms of thinking about this dog that I learned about during the pandemic, whose owner went viral. The owner, this woman, was trying to put up this dog for adoption, and she described this dog very hysterically. She says, "There's not a very big market for neurotic, man-hating, animal-hating, children-hating dogs that look like gremlins." And I think about this ad a lot. I mean, don't get me wrong, very, very hysterically funny ad, and the dog is super cute looking. And so this ad went viral. I mean, here it is in People magazine. Here is the dog in BuzzFeed, and the viral Chihuahua, the demonic Chihuahua, and then of course here's the dog in the New York Times, as one does, right? So I think about this dog a lot, right? Like, let's build a little service to sort of make it easy for somebody to adopt the dog of their dreams, or in this case, nightmare. So we're going to go here to start.spring.io, your one-stop shop for generating new applications, and we're going to stick to snapshots today, obviously, Wi-Fi permitting. Oh goodness. Of all the times for this to go slow. Oh my goodness. Oh, there we go. Okay, don't fret. I won't either. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to build an assistant. I'm going to call it as such. I'll bring in the OpenAI support, bring in the web support, bring in Spring Data JDBC. Now, mind you, I've already got a Postgres instance with the vector store capability built in, so I'll use PG Vector. I've already got that running. I'll bring in the Gravium native image support, and I think, maybe I'll get the actuator as well. And that looks like it's fine to me. You can use any of a dozen different models. I mean, OpenAI, Bedrock, Gemini, Llama, whatever. You can use any of the, I mean, there's a bazillion different vector databases. All the big ones that you can imagine are all there as well. So we're going to open that up. Oh, you know what else I want to do? Last thing, I also want to build an MCP client. Okay, so go to the downloads directory here. I'm going to delete the existing one that I errantly created just a second ago. Hit enter. That'll give me a zip file. What is this? Okay, go back to that. Go over here. And we're going to go back to my zip file here, ls, okay, uao assistant.zip. And that'll open up. And what we're going to do is we're going to build an application that talks to a database. Okay, I'm going to bring in some dependencies here as well before we do that. So we're going to bring in a dependency for Spring AI Advisors Vector Store, which is a custom one that we're going to need. I'm going to switch us to snapshots. Okay, so go over here. Okay, very good. Snapshot. And, the question is, will it recognize what dependencies I want? Looks like it. Looks like it. Yep, that's a snapshot. Very good. So let's go ahead and build the application, yeah? First things first, this application is going to talk to a SQL database, so we'll specify as much here. We'll say Spring data source JDBC URL is JDBC Postgres QL localhost my database. You should obviously externalize these as environment variables. You wouldn't put them in your credentials like that, but I am doing the wrong thing. Do as I say, not as I do. There's that. We also are going to want to initialize a vector store, so I'll tell it to initialize a schema should that become necessary. Okay, I think we're ready to go. Let's build a controller, and this is going to be an assistant controller that'll help people answer questions about the dogs in the shelter. So we're having assistant endpoint here, string inquire, and we'll accept a question from the user to interview basically the shelter about the dogs in the shelter, right? And we're going to have an AI model that'll do that work for us, to answer those questions for us, to help people get the dog of their dreams, or indeed nightmare. So we're going to go ahead and do that. And what model are we using? Well, like I said, when we initialize the program, we're using OpenAI, but there's many you can use. Make sure that you've specified a credential like that, right? I've already done that as environment variables off screen, but just trust me that it's been done, and forgive me for not leaking my API credential. So first things first, let's try this out, huh? So this.ai what is that? Prompt.user, and the user prompt is the question being sent from the user. We're going to call the model, get the content back as a string, although you can get it structured as a strongly typed object as well using entity, right? There's another variant there. And I think we're good. I think that'll already be kind of interesting. Let's go ahead and start this up. The problem you're going to find is that it's actually it'll do okay. You can ask it questions like HTTP 8080. Let's see, make this JLong assistant, and it'll be, the question will be, my name is Josh. Okay, fine. So that should work. Yeah, great. Okay. So what's my name? Let's just see if it remembers, right? This is what we talked about earlier with the memory. What's my name, right? Okay. It's like that movie Memento. So what we have to do is to give it a way to remember that. And we're going to do so with an advisor. Advisors are how you configure, the capture of the transcript that gets propagated on every single subsequent request. So prompt chat memory advisor. Okay, we'll say memory, and it'll just be a concurrent hash map tied to each user. Obviously, we have implementations that are backed by durable storage like SQL or Redis or whatever. So here we're going to say this.memory.compute if absent user, and we're going to say prompt chat memory advisor. And here we're going to use a message window chat memory, passing in a particular implementation of the repository, the in-memory repository in this case. Okay, so there's that. And when I've configured that, I'll do this down here. I'll do this in the call site, right? Okay, put that there, and we'll say var memory or var advisor. Okay, so we're going to compute it if it doesn't already exist. If it does, then great, and that's going to be the path variable string user coming in from the URL template there. Okay, and we're going to pass that advisor along on the call site. So here we go. Dot advisors use advisor, and voila. So let's go ahead and start that up and see what that's bought us, if anything, right? It should be certainly a little bit better situated to answer this question. My name is Josh. Okay, what's my name? Okay, great. So it's got the memory, but now it doesn't know about the data and it doesn't know what it's doing. So let's rectify both of those. We can get it to pretend it's an employee for our fictitious dog adoption agency by giving it a system prompt. So let's do that. I happen to have a system prompt here. Let me just cat it to the buffer. And wait, that's wrong. You know what? That's wrong. Dog it. There we go. Much better. Going to copy and paste that, put it here, and we'll say dot system prompt system. Okay, there we are. There's this. And that's the system prompt. It'll now act as though it's an employee of our fictitious dog adoption agency named Pooch Palace with locations in Antwerp, Seoul, Tokyo, Singapore, Paris, whatever. Okay. Let's now then put that data. We want to give it access to the data. The data is in our database. We're going to use Spring Data JDBC to get the data from our SQL database and write it out to the implementation of the vector store, which in this case happens to be the same SQL database. But it doesn't always necessarily need to be that, right? It could be Weaviate or ChromaDB or Elasticsearch or whatever, right? So interface dog repository, and indeed there's an implementation of the vector store implementation, or rather interface for all those different implementations, right? I'll tell Spring Data JDBC to map that. There you go. That's the primary key. And let's write that code. We're going to read from the dog repository, and we're going to write out to the vector store here, vector store. So I'll say repository find all that for each dog var, and we're going to write out a Spring AI document for each record in the database. So ID, name, and then description. And then we'll do a formatted dog.id name description. Fantastic. Now that's a document for dogs. So obviously it's a document. Okay, there we go. So now we're going to write this out. We'll say vector store. Oh no. Okay, I'm learning Vim motions. If you see me struggling here, list.of document. All right, good. So now finally I want to tell the model that, hey, should you get a request for which that necessitates the need for data, go ahead and get it from the vector store. We'll configure yet another advisor, a question answer advisor, passing in a pointer to the vector store. So let's see what that's bought us, if anything. Yeah. So we go over here, HTTP 8080 JLong assist. Well, here, let me just we'll do HTTP Control R again, Control R. No, nothing. Bueller. Okay, whatever. So HTTP 8080 JLong assistant question equals do you have any neurotic dogs, right? That should be the question. We're going to look for our dog Prancer. Okay, yes, we do have a neurotic dog available for adoption. Meet Prancer, a demonic neurotic dog who unfortunately has a dislike for men, animals, and children. If you're interested in learning more about Prancer or arranging a visit, please let me know. boy, am I. Who wouldn't be? I mean, that sounds like the greatest dog, right? A spicy, but very, very cool doggo. So what I want to do is avoid reinitializing that. Obviously, I don't want to do that more than necessary, because these calls to your embedding models, they can be quite expensive, if not in dollars and cents, then in terms of complexity. And by the way, we have the Spring Boot actuator on the class path, which gives you observability, which allows you to see things like how many tokens have been consumed. That is to say, how much data you've sent to and fro. Okay, so let's create a tool that allows this AI model to help participate in the scheduling of adoption visits, right? And I'll just create a simple method here, schedule. It'll take in the dog ID and the string dog name, and we're going to return just a date in the future, just to guarantee that we have something, you know, that we know was not hallucinated, right? And we'll give it a toString, and I'll say system out scheduling the dog ID, okay, and then dog name, and then we're going to say add tool description schedule and appointment. You can use AI to grammar correct this, to pick up and or adopt a dog from a Pooch Palace location, right? And you give it tool params. And again, remember, your parents always taught you to use your words. Well, this is what they meant, right? Use the words to be very, very descriptive in defining the schema, in effect, of this tool, okay? The ID of the dog. Okay, fine. So there's that. I'm going to now give my model access to that tool by, again, just injecting it into the constructor here and doing that, okay? So scheduler, and going to go down here. I'll say default tools, okay, scheduler. Let's go ahead and start that up. Okay, take this again. So do you have any neurotic dogs? Okay, great. We got Prancer. Now, that sounds great. Let's pick up that dog from the fantastic. When can I schedule an appointment to pick up Prancer from the London location? Okay. If everything's gone to plan, it says May 16th. Today's the 13th of May. Fantastic. You can see it's been there. Now, this is all well and good, but I'm running on my local machine. This is a Java tool that I've made available to my model. It's knowing to interact with it by the descriptive text that we've given it. But that said, I want to be able to repurpose this business logic from other languages. Anthropic, way back in November of 2024. Does anybody here remember that far back? I certainly don't. It's been a blur. They introduced this new protocol called MCP. And MCP is Model Context Protocol. So we're going to spin up a MCP service here. Just open that up. And remember, the Spring AI team donated the core Java abstraction that is now the official SDK for MCP. Indeed, the easiest way to build MCP services on the JDK is to use Spring AI, since we built the core abstraction and the corresponding integration in Spring AI itself. So we're going to export now. I copied and pasted that code. Don't ever do that, okay? Not even when you're all by yourself at home and no one is looking. But I'm going to copy and paste, and I'm going to inject the dog adoption scheduler, and I'll say scheduler, and I'll tell this thing to run on a separate port. I'll say port 8081. Here we go. And now I've got a dog adoption scheduler sized hole in my original code. So I need to replace that with instead a reference to the MCP remote server. Okay, so let's create a bean here. MCP sync client, return MCP sync client. MCP client dot from, and then it'll be HTTP dot builder, and I'll say localhost 8081, and it'll be dot build, okay? And then technically var MCP is this, and I would say return MCP, and I think you're supposed to call MCP.initialize. I always forget. I'm not really good at the old software thing, right? Okay, so let's put that here and get rid of that. Okay, goodbye. Injecting that now instead, and we're going to replace this with a callback. Yeah, so callback new, and then we'll say new sync. Okay, MCP sync client restart. Okay, so if everything's gone to plan, we've got over here. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I'm going to use the snapshots here as well on my scheduler. This will go well, I'm sure. Okay, here we go. Good. Hello. Okay, good. Snapshot. Command-Shift-I, reload. Depend that. Okay. So it's reloading that with the new class path.
Josh, just to let you know, you have 1 last minute to save all the dogs.
No problem. Here we go. Ready. Do you have any neurotic dogs? Yep, we got Prancer. When can I schedule an appointment to pick up Prancer from the London location? And May 16th. So there's the original assistant talking via this MCP protocol over here to the scheduler module. Now, my friends, in that brief time, we've looked at just a few of the things you can do with the new Spring AI 1.0, again, coming out in just about a week's time, GA. You can go to start.spring.io, get the bits. Obviously, the next natural step after this is to then, you've got the primitives. You can do one-shot requests with ease and aplomb. And obviously, naturally, it's a very easy thing to then put that in a sort of a flow, a structure that allows you to drive towards a more complex outcome. That's called agentic programming, and this is a natural thing to do with Spring AI as well. I want to thank you for your time and take any and all questions. Thanks very much.
This was one of the best tools and action talks I've seen in a while. So thank you so much, Josh. That was a real act of kindness towards all the dogs. I'm sure they'll all get us home very, very soon. Unfortunately, we were all, submerged into your explanation that we just ran a little bit past any sort of Q&A. But please, anyone can always reach out to Josh on LinkedIn and any socials. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. So thank you so much, Josh. That was super, super interesting and really excited to now jump into the next session.
Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.
Great. Well, thank you, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed the session so far. This last one was definitely a very, very fun one. I was definitely blown away. I hope you were too. Now, I think the next session will be just as fun. So I'd like to present. So actually, the backstory is the landscape AI native dev with all the tools that are in AI native dev, directory. We've recently had a Create MVP, and we're very lucky to have the founder of Create MVP app join in. So I'd like to present Rohit Gumari, who's been focusing on open source tools and just how to leverage LLMs to enhance essentially AI assisted development, which is what we're here for. So let's kick this off. Hey, Rohit, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine. How are you?
Yes, very, very good. Oh, sorry, what'd you say?
Seeing after a long time. Yeah. Nice to
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, I think the community is all really, really excited to see what you have to present today. A quick note, actually, in our newsletter where we present all the tools, Create MVP as part of last week's batch of new tools was the most clicked on link. Just wanted to share that
nice.
stat with you. So I think there's definitely interest, and so ready to kick this off when you are.
Definitely. So yeah, hello everyone. So I'm Rohit, and as Bab mentioned, I'm the creator of Create MVP, but I also do a lot of stuff around DevRel and Cloud Radio and AI stuff. So there is some backstory about Create MVP, right? So actually, this is the tool I created without any plan. So I didn't wanted to create it. It was just I use this structured format for my cursor, then Replit, and whatever tools are available there to create idea to prototype, right? So I thought why not to create some app which provide this documentation which I create for my cursor and Windsor, and then give it to audience so they can actually create it. So that's why this is the open source tool, completely available. Code is public, so anyone can go contribute. So so today what we will be exploring is how to bridge the gap between these vague ideas which you provide as a prompt in the any applications which are there for the idea to prototype, and difference between the vague ideas as well as functional AI generated code. So what is the common frustration for your AI coding tools when you're going through it, right? It often struggle with unstructured prompts. Let's say it's means these tools will definitely boost your speed and stuff, but it doesn't know that much of the architectural vision. So it doesn't know, it can give you the initial start, but in some time it will fail to give you the output, because this much knowledge it has only. Because AI, this kind of models which are available there, like Claude Sonnet and all, these models were not created to write code. They were created to make it understanding, have the real world experience, do the research and stuff. So yeah, so that is the lack of the context you provide to this tool. So that's why it is not developing what you expected, and the planning that you must naturally bring with the development, right? So yeah, so that is the questions mentioned here. So first thing, which is like it has a poor knowledge about architectural decisions, contextual intelligence. Then there's code quality. Often it has like incomplete information which you have not provided, then outdated information because you have not provided the updated docs which are available. Let's say you are using Next.js for your code, right? And there is something which is newly developed and you have not provided that inside your context. So that is something which makes a problem. And definitely security is one of the issues, right? So for the security thing, you can check my previous talks at KubeCon and stuff. So I have given a lot of talks around security in AI and all. So there is always 70-30 problem, because 70% code AI can generally write across your projects you do, but 30% you are like frustrating manual efforts and all. So yeah, so that's where we are, like what we can do and all. So this is the Create MVP. This app is provide you different files which will help you to define instructions and all. There's demo available publicly. So it creates this different files. Like for the cursor, it provides cursor rules. Cursor rules are deprecated by cursor now, so it will not help that much, but it is good to have it. Backend, flow, frontend, PRD, requirements, status, text. So all of these files are very important. Why? I will show you quickly. So once you provide it, then AI know what to do, what process to follow. So the detailed plan, it will be there, then more the your output will be smoother and designed really well. So these are the blueprints created by well structured prompting for the Gemini 2.5 Pro, which is the recent new model. We are using that in this. And like in just I guess 2 weeks we received 1,000+ users, and it is growing like anything. I didn't expect it to grow this much, but yeah, it was one of the fun project. So that's what we are doing, and I would like to show you why actually. So yesterday I did this cursor. It's just 21 hours, right? I guess you can see my screen. Yeah. So 24 hours I did this post on Reddit, and you can see like there is different documentation I mentioned. And depending on the upwards, like you can understand this will actually help the people. So that's why people are actually going and asking for it, because you will see like how frustrated people are there. Like my cursor agent behaves kind of a dumb in so many ways. Like I carefully build my prompt, to clear context and all. So this is like natural thing happening with all of the people, right, available there. So if I see the full discussion in the when I posted this, I had given the brief, like how actually you can use this AI blueprint approach which I provide. And we are not mentioning Create MVP, because we are just there to guide people like what they can do. So PRD is nothing but like you have to define what, who, or problem, and your project scope inside this. Then application flow, like what should be the application flow of your project, like how it should grow. Let me zoom in a little. I guess you can see it. Yeah. Then tech stack is nothing but which tools to use, which are the best tools available, then APIs and stuff. Then there is a visual language, right? Color palette and what kind of colors to use, spacings and all. So if you do this manually, you have to give like see, when I was doing it manually, I have to give like 150+ clear distinct step for building the app. So if you do that, then it is like long time you are just writing the stuff. And then but once you do it, it will actually help you to reduce a lot of work. So project status is one of the thing, like understand it like a project sprints which manager does for your teams in the company, right? So this is the project status file. So this will have like entire structure of your project pipeline, like what to follow, what time you have to complete this thing and all. So every time give the instructions to the cursor or any tool you're using, like keep the track of the status as well as this the requirement file, because we have created it in this manner, like this requirement file is there, you have to follow it, and you don't have to go outside it. If you go outside it, then you will break my code. So that is one thing. So the code is completely open source, so you can go check it out. It is available there. So this is how the website looks. So if you want to do it, then it is simple. Like it is one of, means like why I say the first open source tool, because I didn't saw any open source tool for the PRD generated when I created it. So you can actually use this to create any structured document and blueprint which AI needs. So as I showed, different requirements and all, and you can easily use this tool with any of the AI tools like Cursor, ChatGPT, Claude, and all. You can use the MCPs of Context 7 inside the Cursor and use this documentation side by side. So you just have to give this generate a habit tracking app with a, I'm just giving it a normal prompt because I wanted to create this as a next my project. So generate implementation plan. When you click it, it will plan the architecture. It will click create all of this file one by one. And naturally, as it is Gemini 2.5 Pro with like a really high context window, which I am giving, it takes a lot of time, around 2 minutes or 3 minutes. But definitely you can, I have already given this prompt, as you can see here. It took me 3 minutes. So once it is done, it generates different files. So you don't have to do it manually, right? Markdown, these pages, markdown files are automatically created, and this project status and all, which I just informed you what it does and all. So actually, one of the important file is this PRD file. As you can see here, it gives the entire structure of the file, like what our product will be. Like it is saying habit quest, then what will be the business goal, what will be the description, goals, and what as a user, what should be the instructions, and what should be the process, dashboard, and stuff, right? So if you copy this, you can directly paste it in any tools like Lovable, then Bold or New and all. So to give you some little brief, like let's say this is the Lovable, and then so in DevOps UK, I gave the similar talk with the TESL team. So we created this two kind of a website. So as you can see, this is the website I created just by prompt, right? This website you will see in the Lovable, it just has like create your imagination, and these are the different stuff it does, but it is not clickable, it doesn't do anything. But with PRD generated by our tool, we got this entire dream into pixels kind of architecture, and you will see it actually defined login, sign up, and everything by its own. So this is really quicker, right? It solves a lot of questions for us. It actually defined credits and all. So it actually created that backend flow very effectively than when you are giving the normal vague prompt, which is like create an app for text to image, right? So this is the one thing. Then one of the challenge which we regularly see in the like bold.new and this kind of apps, right? So in the bold.new, this is the tool I wanted to create, like AI thumbnail overlays I wanted to add in YouTube videos, so I don't have to watch the video, right? So I can just directly go and get like alcohol warning, because I don't drink, so I can get alcohol warning, and I can see like I don't want to watch this video. Similarly, it can for vegan people and all. So I wanted to create it, but when I created it at the start, it was going nice, but after some problem, I was getting this repetitive attempt fix. So I'm doing attempt fix every time, and every time it says like, I guess we have fixed it, but nothing fixes. So this is like completely normal kind of a behavior, because there is a way this prompts work, and it will have some problems that there. So you can actually use this in different any kind of a tool available there. You don't have to doesn't have to worry about it, because in AI Studio you can actually give the entire folder. But let's say we copied this prompt, so we have given this for like last time which we did, But let's say I have downloaded this plan, right? So once I download it, yeah, we can actually use in the chat GPT, we can use in the Claude. Let me show here. So if you do in the Claude, which is not any idea to prototype app, right? So this actually uses the artifacts. So here also you can get a little gist of like what our PID can do. But other than that, so what I was mentioning in the cursor, so this is the instruction file, right, which we created, and I have added that instruction folder here. As you can see, fun habit tracking app, and so PRD, which is our habit quest, and there is like requirement. So requirement is a file which defines the purpose, goal, and target user functional requirement. So every time you are doing something, so whenever you are defining the first time you are defining your application, you have to give this kind of a prompt like follow this to create an app and maintain the flow. Similarly, I want to check for the status. So every time, once you do it, every time you have to give that tracking for the requirement status, like follow this kind of a flow and all. So yeah, you can use any kind of a models which are available in the cursor. So similarly, you will see in here different functional requirements are defined automatically. So it will follow that requirement every time to check like where are we going good and not. And similarly, status is there, right? So these are the different status and all. So yeah, definitely I will recommend you to use like a Sonnet 3.7 and this kind of a model, because they are meant to be really good in this way. So I was using the auto, so that's why it doesn't give the output in manner. But yeah, so Claude also, you can see system overview, it gave to us like entire system overview, it gave us to like user authentication, then habit management, and all of this just by PRD, the PRD which created by our tool, right? So you don't have to use the create MVP if you want. You can define these files on your own, because you know the tool really well, what you want to create. So if you define that really well, then your cursor and this kind of tools will understand really well. Okay, so as you can see, it is creating this Mac directory. It created text to image app, then config, controllers, middleware, models, everything it is created by its own. And you can try this without any predefined kind of a instruction folder. If you do that, then you will see it will just create the create image back, and slowly it will start doing that npm installs and all. But now it knows what to do, because we have given in the instruction front end and tech stack and back end, like very much detail you will see. There is like around how many lines, 582 lines kind of a front end we have given, because it is Gemini 2.5 Pro power, which is really advanced model, I would say, and one of the best model available now. So yeah, that's what I wanted to show you here. But definitely, if you want to go ahead, I will also give this final output in the link, so you can actually follow like what is developed and all. And so hope that helps. And also, if you have any questions, you can add in the comments. I would love to answer them. Let me share you the link. I guess it is available everywhere, so you can definitely go and check it out. But meanwhile, we can, when I'm answering the questions, we can just go like how it works.
Thank you so much, Rohit. Yeah, good to see this this project live and seeing how the workflow is. So we do have a question from somebody who I think you may know, Jay Sadana, and he was just wondering whether or not you could develop a little bit more of like when leveraging this sort of like workflow, how do you prevent like your previous code to become stale artifacts? Or in other words, like how do you continually integrate it with your continuous delivery pipelines? Could you give us some color on this?
Yeah. So let's say now this app is development, going in development, right? So let's say it is going there. It is developing some app, and I now cursor started hallucinating. It goes like I don't want to follow you. I will do my own thing. I will go and create some files which you don't want to create, right? So then that time you have to give like add requirements and this status, like follow this two files and see are we on track. I just say like are we on track, but you can say like are we following the plan. If not, please stick to my plan, and if you think there is any changes you want to do which is good and will be better for our plan, our project, then definitely create one new file inside the instruction and give it like I want to do like changes.md. This file will be created by cursor, and it will say to us like, yeah, I want to do this kind of a changes. Please help. So
Amazing.
that kind of flow you can maintain. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's always like a very fine balance between making sure the LLM sticks to the script and the requirements, but like then when it goes and completely hallucinates. But yeah, thank you so much for this wonderful session. Like really, really insightful. As I mentioned, like on our side, we've seen interest with Create MVP. So it's a very interesting project, and I think we're excited to see the traction of it in the future. So thank you so much for joining us, Rohit.
Thank you. Hope this helps.
Amazing. Well, now I'm very excited to talk about our future guest, our next guest. So I hope you can see that we're trying to move around different type of projects. So we were just in a very young startup, like talking to a creator and a founder right now. Now we're going to switch over to a senior software engineer at a very established company, as you maybe know of, Cisco Systems. So Indu is going to be talking to us about how we leverage AI agents, but with a twist. Like, how do you leverage AI agents with real-time API, and how do you build on the fly when you're in prod when it's Friday afternoon? So excited to see how that's gonna go, and really looking forward to this one. Hey, Indu, how are you?
Hello, Beth. I'm good. How are you?
Yes, very, very good. Thank you. Like when you look at the entire tools in action, different sessions, yours was one I was particularly interested in because, I guess working when things are in real time is definitely adding a difficulty to already a bit of a difficult space. So keen to hear about it. So I'll let you share all your knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. This is Indu, and I work for Cisco Systems. I'm a senior software engineer and architect. So today, whatever I'm going to discuss, I'm going to discuss more about how we can dynamically configure the user interface along with the backend infrastructure, and how AI can collaborate along with the platform to do these things dynamically. So, and today's session, I'm not going to walk through code session, but yes, the futuristic concept I'm going to talk about. So just look how interface is getting changed into the modern era. Right now, users' expectation is totally changed, drastically changed. I can see they want a proactive, interactive, dynamic, predictive, and personalized interface along with the accountability. Traditional interface, it is reactive and it is more of a user predefined feature, right? Fixed and restricted feature that user could have along with the interface. But as we know, like low code got very famous, and user can create an interface in real time and personalize their interface according to their need. Now, how AI is going to transform these particular things? AI is going to involve into the infrastructure, or we can say platform infrastructure, and connect in real time, so that whatever code developer earlier used to write to leverage the low code infrastructure, now AI taking place, and AI controlling how or what format user want to see the data onto the interface. And other part is that how AI is going to control data. So yes, it is a lot of discussion behind the scene happening, how public generated models can connect with the user data. Nobody wants to let that connect, right? So my explore is that how we can create a close binding between the Gen AI plus our user specific data in a authentication and authorization way, so that they can connect in real time, they can merge with each other, and then produce a result as user want, right? So what Gen AI enables? Gen AI enables predictive rendering, context aware adjustments, and self optimization, and all these can connect together and create a beautified user experience to the user, right? So predictive rendering means that AI anticipate like user action and prepare a UI element in advance. Context aware adjustment is similar, like AI personalized user interface based on user behavior and user preferences. That is what I was talking. That is really important into the new era of software. And self-optimization. AI learn from interaction to improve the perspective of the user, and actually let user notify what user want to do with the platform, or how platform can be more useful to the user, and how it can be done. So earlier I was saying, like LLM based Gen AI client, right? What they do, they are public open public prompt, right? And it's go directly to the LLM server and connect and response. What is how I can see the future is it can connect with the user data, and how it can connect if we have something in middleware, so that request go to the middleware where application data and API is sitting, and they make connection with the LLM models, right? And then client goes to the server. I mean, when I say server, it is local server, and connect with the data databases, connect with the files, connect with the resources that user has. And then in the response, data coming from the user resources, and then formation of data and learning over data, and beautifying and personalizing that data, it is going to be happen through the Gen AI. So if I give the data and tell Gen AI, hey, I need a table or I need a pie chart, that is get compiled inside the application client, and then it is going to deliver to the user according to the preferences that user asking about data. Maybe after getting used to the platform, user asking like a statistical data or contextual data, that user don't know how user can see that data better. So user can again prompt through the platform, hey, I need this particular data, but I want to be specific format where I can see the analysis onto the data, and where I can make the decision. So what is happen behind the scene, we request a client, and client goes connect with the data, get the data, and then client connect with the LLM models also, and try to communicate that, hey, this is the data, and format according to the user need, right? So what it does, it's compiled behind the scene, and it return whole formatted data into the interface. Now user responsibility to save those data or arrange according to their need, and enable an interface right there, so that user can come and explore that data again and again according to their preferences and choices. So whatever low code used to do, or no code platform used to do, everything that whole responsibility could be taken from the Gen AI, and data is there. User understand where is the data and how to communicate with the data and compile together and get the response the way user want. And here is the breakthrough. We talk a lot about model context protocol. That is pretty much exciting protocol right now in AI industry, right? What it does, it is connect the dot between Gen AI versus user data. So here, in the big picture, in the high level, like how user connect for data into the server, and user wants the data the way they want to see that data. So the user request for the data, and it's go to the MCP client. MCP client connect to the server, MCP server, and get the data. And behind the scene, what is happen is Gen AI involved into that one and connecting with that data and returning the data that user wants in their way, right? So this is kind of big breakthrough, happening in AI industry. A lot of companies developing you can hear all agentic programming, right? What is happened? We have a context. I mean, we have a file and folder, and then Gen AI connect those file and folder, modify according to the user need. I mean, creating a getting reference of the functions from the Gen AI server, and at the same time, what it does, it is connect with the local data and create a source code. Similarly, just think about it. If we have a platform and platform has a prompt to connect with the MCP client, and the good part is MCP client is kind of it, we can build inside a MSP client whole triple A feature like authentication, authorization, and accountancy, so that user can connect with the data safely. At the same time, it connect with the Gen AI with a trusted source and return the data more accountable way. So that no, if we are enabling such kind of technology in the platform, it can be more secure and protected. At the same time, it has all the feature capabilities that Gen AI already have, like GPT. Let's suppose someone using GPT model, right? It has everything whatever ChatGPT can give, or GPT LLM can give. At the same time, it is connecting with the external data source. External means user data source, right? And combine them together and returning the response according to the user need. That is what I was trying to explain, and how the platform specific software is going to look like. And here, conclusion of my task is real-time optimization. We know Gen AI is very powerful and it can do a lot of things. But if we leverage this Gen AI into the platform itself and let them connect with the data in real time, then we are not worried about how we can format the data. It is happening behind the scene at the same time in real time. So we do not have to develop lot of endpoints according to user need. We are kind of optimizing whole development process and letting Gen AI control the data and data formation. Maybe the data is going to use for table or chart, or some another purposes, or maybe analysis, or maybe counters, or maybe textual data formations, right? Or maybe message based on those data. That is going to be happen in real time. So a lot of optimization happening behind the scene by leveraging such scenario into the platform. And AI powered adaptability, like as I say, it is very dynamic, like, and we can kind of we can leverage this technology by without manual intervention. It is happening in real time, and let's suppose it is response data in different format. We can again communicate our prompt to the MCP client, to redefine the data. It will be redefined from the background and return. If user is not agree, again can keep going in the loop and till satisfied, it can interact with that and get the response as they need, right? Proactive performance tuning, as I said, like the more you are connecting with the data through MCP client from the platform, it is learning again and again how you are used to interact. Sometimes, let's suppose your prompt message is not appropriate, but the GenAI understand what really you are looking, and it's connect with the contextual resource that user have, and format the data accordingly. So it can sense what user are really looking for that. And by doing that, I said, like, it is going to improve the user experience. At the same time, it is going to like leverage scalability and efficiency without human intervention. Everything is happening in real time, and future ready approach is MCP, integrated next gen AI for continuous improvement. That is going to happen. And you can see, when I say MCP, it is not a single agent protocol, it is one to one. And we can build as many as MCP client and server together, so that we can have information specific data as user needed, like one MCP client and server for the text based data, one for the database oriented, one for the time series data. Like, we can build in future as many as we want according to the context needs, so that it cannot collide with each other, and it should be very specific what user want and how user want. With this, thank you so much. And I know it was a very crisp and 15-minute talk, so I tried myself to have the information as limited as I can. But yes, if you want to connect with me and want further information, I'll be available with you.
Thank you so much, Indu. Like, I really enjoyed this, and as you said, it's definitely a lot of knowledge packed into a very short period of time. But this is what we like, So thank you for that. A very quick side thank you as well, that you're the only speaker that respected the time for the Q&A. So kudos for you on this. We actually have a couple of questions, and actually a quick note before, like, really good point and spot on point about the MCP. Like, obviously there's a lot of like different standards as well arising. I don't know if you saw, but like Microsoft officially is going to support also like Google's A2A. So that's going to be also an interesting one to see how it develops. Now, jumping into what the community wants to ask you. So I think I'll just pick one or two, because again, we have only 3 minutes. So a question on from Shreya: how can developers ensure performance and scalability with dynamic interfaces? I'm just going to maybe add something to it, because this is very broad, but like, maybe what are some low-hanging fruits for devs?
Yeah, that is a very nice question. Like earlier in my talk, I said the keyword like low code, right? And what low code do is let user to communicate with the data, and then let user to write a query and format that data accordingly, right? So just think about it. If as a user I'm writing those query onto the platform, it can be not that performant as GenAI can generate nowadays, right? So if we can give or pass through the right structure to the GenAI and saying in real time, write a query to merge the data in the efficient or fastest way, it can build, and it can also suggest how it can fit to the structure if user want to leverage that structure behind the scene, right? So that is I'm just trying to say, whatever low code or no code was doing, eliminate that, and other than that, inbuild the GenAI along with the data, and let them do what user wants to do. And having control, MCP has a control layer, so that you are not exposing data directly to the GenAI. It is you are limited exposing your data, and you are having control on top of it also.
That makes sense. Thank you so much for such a crisp answer. Well, I think we are running perfectly on time. So just want to say again a huge thank you. I don't know if you had the chance to look on the community chat, but a lot of devs here have really enjoyed the talk. So thank you so much, Indu.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, man. See you next time.
Great. Well, thank you everyone, first of all, for keeping it up with us. I know some of you are calling from different regions in the world. I'm thinking a lot of some of you calling from Asia. I know it's late, but we are having our last session before like a big break. And I just want to make sure you understand this is going to be a very fun one. So we're welcoming a principal software engineer called Andriy Rykov, and he works at Delivery Hero, and he's going to share with us some of like the AI-driven load test analysis that's going on right now in the space. And for all of you Go lovers, this is for you. Great. Let's jump in.
Hey, everyone.
Hey, well, thank you so much for jumping on the chat. I'm really excited about this this talk. Like, I used to work for Glovo, which Delivery Hero has bought, and I remember the engineering team spoke very highly of the Delivery Hero engineering team. So really cool to speak and hear your session today, Andriy. So with that said, I'll just give it over to you.
Thank you. And yeah, as it already said, I'm Andriy. I am a principal software engineer in Delivery Hero. And if you would have any questions, you can easily contact me on any of these social networks and ask your questions, or just connect, say hi. So let's get started. In Delivery Hero today, we deliver more than 10 million orders per day. And we do this in 70 plus countries. We do this worldwide. We do this 24/7. And it wasn't been like this in 2020 because when Corona breakout happened, we grew exponentially and we were not ready for this. And we had a lot of incidents which were related to our inability to scale. And back then, like 5 years ago, our CTO created this so-called reliability manifesto. It's public in the internet, you can easily find it. And one like bullet point of this manifesto is called "We Design for Failure." It has multiple mechanisms, but one of them is exactly load testing, the topic I'm going to talk about today. And if you look at this, you will find out that what actually we aim during load testing, we want first of all to test if we can scale rapidly to 3x compared to our production load, or to 4x during a longer period of time. We want to run it more frequent. This slide is a bit outdated. Currently, we have different requirements, but this like just for your understanding what we wanted. And we also want to know to have realistic patterns of our operations. We want to test in production, and we pass load test only if our latency is under some specific thresholds and error rate as well. So back then, 5 years ago, it was completely manual process, and behind the Gopher you can see the list of pages or report generated by humans, and like it was 12 pages of Google Doc with 20, 30 screenshots from different sources, from Datadog, from Grafana, from CloudWatch and AWS. And it was only one load test run for one service. Back then, we were doing this on biweekly frequencies, but right now we should do this every week. And you can imagine it's not scalable doing this manually. And right now in my tribe, we have 26 services, so you can imagine the amount of work needs to be done by the engineer. And yeah, so we decided manual doesn't work, and we embraced automation. And our automation was achieved with templating. It was done in Golang, and you can see we have some placeholders, and in these placeholders you can easily embed some already predefined data, for example, just date of the load test, or you can query our different data sources. And in this case, we query Grafana Cloud, we get some information about about the country with most load we have in production, and then we extract this information, and we can add it to the document, and then we can extract throughput, then we query load test, and then we can, to calculate and do some nice things. It's not only data, but we also can draw some charts in our document and so on and so forth. And most important part of any of our load test result is conclusion. And like even until months or 2 months ago, conclusions were looking like this. So we just taking numbers from load test, from production, we're dividing, and then we say, okay, this is our multiplier, and almost that's all. The same for error rate. So we just calculate and say, okay, our error rate was below 2%. And despite the report itself, we have reporting. So we report our results to different our systems, for our CTO, for our directors, vice presidents, for all our many people. And to do this evaluation, we just compare if it's greater or less than some number. So it's very dumb, but it works. But is this a masterpiece we created? I can say, like, 5 years ago, yes, it was a masterpiece, but technology doesn't stay still. Technology evolves. And rather than, just to run from technology, we decided to embrace it and use AI. And I can clearly tell you using AI is easy. These 3 lines of code is almost all implementation we have. And 3 lines of code, it's easy. But then we have challenges, because these 3 lines of code doesn't do magic. You can call your AI model, you can get some results, but to do this, you need to prepare a prompt. So you need to write a huge message, the details describing AI, what you want from it. And the problem is that results inconsistent. Even you have the same prompt, you run it multiple times, results will be different, because and results will be different between models, between runs, and results will degrade over time. And I'm not talking only about the cases when you have long conversation with AI. I mean, this is known issue so far, because when you have longer conversation, you're using this context window too much, and maybe I start to forget something, mixing something. In case we face it, it was actually we creating a chat, a thread with AI. Every time the new one, we just send, please, this is our information, please do some evaluation based on this information. And after 1 week or 2 weeks of using it, changes, drastically the output. So sometimes it's very complicated. You need always to adjust your prompt. What else? You have unavoidable limitations. I already mentioned this context window, so it's limited. You can't throw everything you have to AI and expect it solve all your problems. Another problem, hallucinations. And my favorite AI are talkative. They really like to write you a bunch of data. You didn't ask them about this. And even if you specify something saying, oh, please, give me only 1 number, you will get this number, but it will be surrounded by multiple paragraphs of the text. So to address some of these problems, what we decided to split our prompt into 3 parts. First part is the definition and requirements. This is the same definition and requirements we have in our reliability manifesto. Right now we call it engineering manifesto about load testing. What multiplier do we expect from there? our load test, what our thresholds for error rate, what our thresholds for latency, what the frequency of our load test. We give all this information to AI, and then we provide a list of data. And data consists of also two parts. So we give the production data because AI needs to compare with something. So we can say, okay, this is our production results, and based on this, please calculate what should be our multiplier, what should be expected load from our load test. And then we provide actually load test data. So almost the same as production, but with more details, I would say. And then we have a most important part. This is setup of response. As I already mentioned, AI is very talkative, AI is hallucinating, so we need to set up it, what we actually expect and in which format. And this is very sensitive part. Any word to change here changes completely results AI gives you. So talking about definitions and requirements, as I already mentioned, this is our real requirements about what is load test. And I already mentioned like scalability, how many requests per minute or per second we expect. So we expect for 1 minute rapid increase up to 2x, and so on and so forth. So we give all of this information, we give information about our SLOs, about our error rate, and then second part, actual data, and what data we, for example, from production, we get throughput. So we need AI know what is our current throughput, and yeah, and then endpoints metadata. This one we using for AI to understand the quality of our load test. As I already mentioned, our load test should test realistic scenarios, not just hitting a health endpoint 1 million times. This will work for sure, but it should be realistic. So we say which exactly endpoint use it in the production. And then we provide load test data. So we give data about our memory consumption, CPU consumption, the latency we have during the load test, the error rate, the throughput we have, and again, endpoints metadata used during this load test. And as I mentioned, this is the third part. This is very important one, the most important one, because it depends on how you specify this, you will give result. This very simplified. This is not actual what we were using, but this to understand you what we request. So, for example, we say in our data we provide timestamps in the Unix epoch, and AI will use it in result output, just printing these numbers everywhere. And then we say, oh, please translate it to UTC format, human readable, because we don't understand these numbers. We need some more understandable timestamps. And then we say, this is my favorite. Please write a number and then add your explanation. Why? It's very important because when you read multiple reports every day, the most important information you want to get is like, what is multiplier, what is error rate, what is latency, and you want to find it in some specific place. You don't want to read hundreds of pages of document just to find one number. You want to know on which page you will find this information and in which format it will be. Well, then we say, okay, please provide this information about multiplier, about error rate, throughput, latency, any anomalies, and quality of the test, and give you recommendations if you have any. And this is example response. I mean, as I mentioned, AI is talkative, and I'm asking, please give me a number, and it doesn't give a number. It provides a huge recommendation about what is going on. But it's very good, actually. If you read it, it's super good because it tells you what happened, what was ramp ups in your load test, is it actually aligned with our principles from the reliability manifesto, and so on and so forth. So this the same about error rate. It says, okay, it's under our expectation because it's very, very small one. About throughput, it says, okay, but in load test, you didn't reach your multiplier of the load test. So you need to improve, you need to get more load. Response time. In our reliability manifesto, we don't specify what expected from our latency from our services, but then it says, okay, it's under like 500 milliseconds, and it should be fine, and so on and so forth. And in the end, it gives some summary, and if you check, it says, I couldn't give you any recommendations about CPU and memory because you didn't provide us information about CPU and memory. And this was from the previous runs. And then we added the information about memory and CPU, and actually we broke everything. What I found out using AI, every time you modify your prompt, you should expect unexpected. And the problem of this, because like we have these unavoidable limitations, unfortunately. And if you look at this, this is representation of data we generate during the load. This is, you see a lot of data points, a lot of pods. This is another one. And if you look, the example from the above, it represents only 150 pods. But in our usual load test, when we generate real multiplier load, it's 1,500. So when we generate this and when we fit all of this information to AI, this is hundreds of thousands of numbers AI sometimes can't deal with because doesn't understand. And I believe at some point we just reached this context window of information we can feed to AI, and it just started to pick information randomly. But what we did, you need to structure your prompt better, and you need to cut some data, and we did. After we removed some, after we structured better our prompt and provided better information about what is the actual CPU consumption, what is the per pod, for example. So AI started to give us very good suggestions. It can clearly find outliers in our CPU consumption. And one of actually suggestion was, oh, maybe you have a problem with load balancer, because definitely some of your pods receiving more loads than it expected. And yeah, I mean, it is true. This is something we need to check. So conclusion, AI, starting AI is very easy. As I mentioned, it's only 3 lines of code. It is helpful tool when you know how to formulate your request properly, but it might be unhelpful if you don't know how to formulate it properly. And yeah, we are hiring. If you want to solve complex problems also related to AI, please go ahead and join us. And yeah, again, if you still have any questions, please contact me on any of these social networks. I'm open to answer anything. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrea, for this wonderful chat. Love the presentation. Like, I think you're probably a master coder and a slide designer, or at least in another life. So we do have 1 minute left, but the community has asked quite a bit of questions. So I'm going to pick one. So can AI help? Oh, I think this one was answered by the community. Well, somebody asked in the chat in your presentation if you've tried like structured outputs and did they help or hinder?
Oh, yes. As I said, in the third part, we try to ask AI to structure output, and sometimes it helps, sometimes not. I mean, it's very dependent, because even generating the data from our load test, you don't generate the same data every time. It's very different because you have different time frame when you load Lotus, you have different results of Lotus, and AI interpreted it very differently. So sometimes it's complicated to do this. But yeah, I believe we can nail it down at some point.
Nice. Well, I appreciate the candor. And one thing I do want to mention, so Delivery Hero is definitely like, by the way, they haven't paid me to say that. Delivery Hero is definitely like a very, very cool place to work at. Like I used to work at a place that a Delivery Hero bought. And I think if you're an engineer right now listening to this chat, like definitely go check it out. Like, yeah, really, really exciting place to build software. Now, we are getting close to the end of our first half. So I just want to say a massive thank you, Andrew, for coming on to this conference. Really, really enjoyed the session. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye, guys.
Thank you. Great. Well, everyone, now we have a 30-minute session, 30-minute break, but we do have actually something pretty fun going on. There's some vibe coding challenge / action happening in the AI Today track. So head back over to the conference website and you'll be able to select the track AI Today, and you'll be able to jump on and see all this like very, very fun vibe coding challenges happening. So see you there. And then we will be back for the second half of our tools in action in 30 minutes. So we'll see you very, very soon. Cool. Thank you. I did the mistake the first time. Hello back, everyone. That doesn't make any sense. Welcome back. Really excited to kick off this second section of our conference. Now, I'm going to introduce someone who's from like a very small little startup. So AWS senior developer advocate Nathan Peck is going to be talking to us about something that we've all heard way too much, but maybe a lot of us don't understand: hallucinations. How do you go about being a good engineer in the space of AI with hallucination, hubris, and I love the title that Nathan picked, which is also the humbling experience of AI engineering. Now, with that said, let's kick this off. Hey, Nathan, how are you doing?
Hello, hello.
Well, thank you so much for being today on. I believe some of you have mentioned that it was too late. Well, for Nathan, it's too early. He is calling from us from Australia. Is that correct?
New Zealand, actually. But
New Zealand, even better. So, Nathan, super excited to have you on this conference. I know a lot of folks have been looking forward to this session in particular. So I won't take any more of your time, and we'll leave you right to it.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the great intro. It's kind of funny to call AWS a small startup, but I think oftentimes some of my best work at AWS has happened in these small teams, the two pizza teams that feel like a little startup inside of AWS. So today I'm going to show something which I've been building using Amazon generative AI products for coding assistance. And it is a little game here, which you'll see this ghost character. And the goal of this game is to be a crafting game where I can get some items out of a dispenser, I can play around with them, I can pick them up and inspect them, and then eventually I'll be able to craft with them, okay? So the hardest part of this game ended up being the physics engine. And I realized that generative AI has a really hard time with coding physics engines. And I figured I would take some of my experiences here and show um, how that experience of coding a physics engine works, so you could maybe learn from it and learn some of the tips and tricks that I found to help generative AI function better when coding difficult things such as this. So to start with, let me open up the code base. You're going to see Visual Studio Code here, which is running Amazon Q Developer. This is a product that I work on at Amazon, and you may have heard of it. You may have seen the part that runs in the console, and famously, a lot of people were widely ridiculing the answers from the console piece. Well, we also have a IDE plugin which works a whole lot better now, and that's what I've been using to code this game. And I've been trying to experiment with vibe coding. 95% of the code has actually been written by Amazon Q. So let me first check out the starter branch of this, and we're going to try to repro actually vibe coding the physics engine from scratch. So now that I've reset it, I should be in here, and I have my character, but he can no longer move around. He's kind of stuck in place. Okay, let's see what we can do here. I have a prompt I'm going to try first, and I'm going to request that Amazon Q build a physics simulation that allows my character and game items to move around. To start with, I'm going to open up one of the files here, the game item, so that way it has some more information about how things are structured. So this is one of the first things I realized with vibe coding inside of an IDE editor, which is that it's important to sort of set the context. If I did not give any context, then it's likely that this agent here would be able to dig deep into my code base and find some files to work off of and use as a basis for developing this feature. However, this code base is quite large. There's a client-side application that has a bunch of different assets and components, helper functions, views. There's a server side, there's infrastructure as code. The server has a bunch of handlers, things for interacting with LLMs, all kind of stuff. There's a whole lot going on inside of this code base. And the more that I can get the AI agent to the right place to start working earlier, the more success we'll have at that. So you can already start to see that if you are a little bit more technical at with your vibe coding and providing a bootstrapping context for the AI agent, you're going to get a lot better results. Now, Amazon Q has explored a little bit deeper. It's looked at some of the existing files that branching off of this file. So, for example, this is one of my other tips here is consider using a typed language. So you'll notice that here I have an interface written in TypeScript, and there's a physics defined here on this object, and it's defined by this type physics properties. So based on that, it's been able to follow the link over to this file physics.ts where the interface is defined. And it's discovered that we have a placeholder here for how we want the physics properties to be defined, but that's not yet implemented. So based on that, it's dug in to the code base and it's decided to start writing something it's calling a physics system. So here we get to rapid fire tip number 3. One of the things that I realized early on working with generative AI products for coding is that they tend to stuff everything into one file. and this is a problem because the larger a file gets, the longer it gets, the more tokens are in that file, the more the context gets filled up, and actually the slower the AI agents get. This is the problem because the more tokens you have, the more you're spending. And you're also spending a lot of time. If you're waiting on the AI to go out and crunch, let's say 200,000 tokens, you're waiting a lot longer to get responses back. So one of the things that I've done is I've followed some of like Martin Fowler's best practices for dividing up a code base into decoupled components, which each handle a single thing. So here, this is handling the item system for the game. This is handling the WebSocket connection to the server. This is handling keeping track of game objects. And based on the fact that I have already split this code up into these decoupled modules that aren't talking to each other, they're sort of separated. The Q agent has determined that this is how I would like to lay out my project, and it has created its own decoupled physics system. This physics system does interact, obviously, with the game object system, but it does so through a higher level view reference. And so this allows each of these individual files, you'll see this one is only 51 lines. The socket system is only one of the larger ones, it's only 200 lines. So each of the individual files in my code base ends up being fairly small. The other technical choice I've made in this code base is to use the Vue framework. If you're familiar with React, Vue is very similar to it. It's a reactive framework for front-end development. And one of the things that it allows you to do that's very important is, let me open a better one here. Let's open up this one. It allows you to keep the logic, the presentation, and the styling of a component all together in one file. So here you'll see that the JavaScript code for handling the logic for this component is here. The template for how to render it is also here in the same file. And then the CSS for how to style it is also all in the same file. So because these things are all coupled together inside of a single file component, it makes it a lot easier for the agent to locate the things that it needs and work on those. So you can see the agent has gone to work over here. It's added a physics system. It's added imports. It's hooked that physics system in. And it's also added a debug panel. I'm going to go ahead and stop this right now because you may be able to tell just by how this is working here that it's based on Claude Sonnet 3.7. Claude Sonnet 3.7 tends to go a little bit more ambitious sometimes. It really decides to work really hard and really deeply into your code base. So let me refresh over here and see what our results are. And sure enough, our character can now move around. We can also spit some items out of the dispenser. So some of the physics are working, but we have a problem here. You'll notice that it's a good thing I picked a ghost character. The ghost character is literally just walking through the walls. So this is the first problem that I discovered is that somehow the AI agent doesn't tend to understand that walls are something it needs to be collided with. It has something to do with the layout of my code base. So let's see if we can ask the AI to figure this out. So I'm going to say, for some reason, my player character is just walking through walls. How to fix this? Now, let's see if we can figure it out. So this would be a typical debugging scenario. This will be the, let's call this the first hallucination, the first serious problem that we have in the vibe coding here. And this is going to highlight something that's very important. Let's see if it comes to the right solution. I already know what the problem is because I did manage to code through this and get it working. Let's see if it finds the right solution though. Meanwhile, I'm going to open up this file here to show you how the game objects are initialized in this world. And you'll notice that when I create the walls start out with active false for physics objects. And this was intended as a optimization where I didn't want it recalculating physics too frequently for items that are static. However, when it implemented this physics system, you'll notice that, let's see, it's probably had a check in here somewhere. I haven't seen this code yet. Yeah, so physics objects, it's filtering out where it's only considering objects that have active physics. So essentially what's happening is anything that starts out in an active state or eventually deactivates just gets completely taken out of the simulation and the character can just walk through it. So this highlights the importance of semantics and how you define your API. I probably should have called this something like paused or something along those lines. But because I chose the word active, the AI has assumed that what I intended here was that this thing should be completely taken out of the physics simulation rather than simply pause for performance characteristics. So I'm gonna actually skip ahead a little bit to a separate checkpoint so I can show you after I fix this issue where we got instead. And I'll be able to highlight some of the other, what's going on here? Oh, get clean. There we go. Okay. So I'll show you the working physics state that I was able to get to earlier. We've got a little bit further in. We can still spit items out. We do have walls that are here. However, the issues aren't completely fixed. There's still some problems in here, and I'll show you what some of those problems are. First is a performance issue. So you'll notice if you look very carefully, it may not show up over the stream, but objects just never stop moving. They're just constantly bouncing up and down a little bit. So we fixed that inactive physics bug, but in so doing, we've ensured that objects just never deactivate ever. And at first, it took me a little bit of time to figure out what was going on here. Then I realized I should pop open the view inspector and actually look at the data objects in here to see what it was doing in these physics calculations. And you'll notice something very interesting. If I open this up and look at physics, you'll see that it has an extremely small velocity, and that velocity just never degrades. It's just always slightly bouncing up and down. And then eventually when it does degrade, what happens? Once again, this object is like completely static. I'm just bouncing off of it. I'm not able to move it. So we have a couple different bugs here that are very interesting. Let me show you another one. This one is one of my favorites because it is really easy to repro, but it is a classic bug that happens in pretty much every old game. It's so validating to see the AI making mistakes from classic old games. So what I've done is I've flipped out to another tab, and then when I go back into my game, you're going to see like this huge bounce and like one of those objects just like flew up into the air. And then if I watch this, if I go down to the bottom, I'm pressing against the wall, and then I go over to another tab, and then I tab back in. Sometimes, let me see, maybe not that time. Let me go in this like this. Okay. So I have a velocity headed toward the wall, and then I tab back in. Man, I can't repro it reliably. It's just like speedrunning tactics here. But basically, you can clip through the wall. If you start out by moving toward the wall and then you tab out to deactivate the browser tab, and then you tab back in. So what's going on there? So this is a classic bug, and I'm going to demonstrate debugging using this particular bug because it's a pretty fun one. I'm going to say sometimes when I tab out of the game and then tab back in, my character slips through the wall or items bounce around like crazy. How can I fix this? So the thing you're going to realize as I go through these different debugging scenarios and the different hallucinations and mistakes that I'm showing here is that vibe coding just isn't enough. I wish that these systems would be able to implement something from scratch in a single pass, a single shot that's completely bug free. But the reality is your attention to detail is super important. Um, you have to be able to go in there and test things and find performance issues and find places where there are bugs and use your human brain in conjunction with the vibe coding prompt. This is something that I tell developers all the time because there's a lot of marketing messaging out there about AI is coming for your job. You know, your job's going to be taken away by AI. But the reality is, these tools are still in need of a lot of human assistance to figure out what's going on. And so here you can see it has helped me debug this though. It's saying when you tab out of the game and then back in, physics calculations can get messed up because of large time deltas. This happens because the browser might pause or slow down the animation frames when the tab's not in focus. So basically, when I tab out and tab back in, this time since the last physics update is too large, and therefore items sort of leap forward so fast that they will go completely through a wall or bounce into each other extremely hard. So it's been able to not only fix this, but it's also adding a visibility state tracker so that way when I tab out and tab back in, it's going to pause the physics simulation as well as doing something that's causing maximum delta time cap, which is if the delta time is too large, it's going to reduce it to lower um, lower delta. So I'm out of time now. I'll switch over to Q&A, but I hope that you were able to learn something from watching me live build and debug here with the Amazon Q Developer Agent. If you liked what you saw here, please consider installing Amazon Q Developer in VS Code or the QCLI and try it out and see whether this agent is also useful for you in your coding.
Thank you so much, Nathan. That was so insightful. Like really appreciate you going through that. And what a fun little game! Like really cool to see some of these edge cases. Now we are unfortunately running out of time, and we're going to have to switch into the next session. However, please, as you know, all of our guests are very happy to communicate with you offline on socials and etc. like this. So please reach out to them. But yeah, just want to take a pause again. Thank you so much, Nathan. That was super fun to see.
Thank you.
Great. Now, everyone, I'm particularly excited for this next section. So in this one, we'll be creating I say we, not me. I'll be looking at Nick Taylor creating a GitHub Copilot extension. I think a lot of you are going to be interested in checking this out. This cannot get more practical than this. So without further ado, let's get into it. Hey Nick, how are you doing?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
Yes, all good. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining the conference. Really excited to have you share with us your expertise on how to build a GitHub Copilot extension. I'll just preface this by saying that Nick is a developer advocate at Promorium and is pretty much an expert in the open source and zero trust space. So that said, I'll switch it to you, Nick.
Okay, perfect. Cool. Awesome. Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining. So today we're going to create a GitHub Copilot extension. I've given this talk a few times. Sometimes it's an hour, sometimes it's 30 minutes. This is the first time doing it 15 minutes, so which is totally fine. But you know, we're gonna not speed run, but we're gonna get to it. Okay, all right. It would help if I'm on the right screen clicking buttons. So I won't intro myself again. BAP already did that, but here's all the places you can find me. nikiT.online has all my links. From Montreal, Quebec, Canada. So if you like poutine, you are my friend. So, you know, before we get into what is a GitHub Copilot extension, I'll just talk briefly about GitHub Copilot. Probably most of you have heard of it. If you haven't, it's like a coding assistant that is more than just a coding assistant. They have like an agent mode where it can keep iterating on things now these days. But the interesting thing about GitHub Copilot is, like, many of you probably use VS Code. It's available in there, but it's actually also available on github.com. If you're a .NET developer, it's available in Visual Studio. Also, if you are a developer for iOS apps, it's actually available in Xcode as well now. There's a CLI for it, and they released a whole SDK so that you can actually implement Copilot in any editor now. So I know JetBrains has this as well, but if you wanted to create an editor, if you're that ambitious, you can go ahead and add Copilot to it. So that's just a little preamble about GitHub Copilot, but let's talk about what a GitHub Copilot extension is. So the name kind of says it all. It literally extends GitHub Copilot. So you can create custom AI-powered tools. You can integrate with third-party services. You can also access files in editor context. There's two types of Copilot extensions. There's one that's a skill set, and this is like, it makes it easy to connect third-party services and custom APIs into the Copilot workflow. You can think of those like tools. And there's also this agent mode, and this is the one we're going to go through today. We don't have time to build out one of each. And an agent just provides complete control over the whole request response within a GitHub Copilot session. And you can enable custom workflows. You can connect to other LLMs, APIs, and have access to the entire conversation, context, and user interactions. That sounds pretty fancy the way I said that, but basically it knows what files you're working with if you allow that permission, and you can kind of get the message history as well. And the cool thing about the extensions are they pretty much work everywhere that GitHub Copilot is. So I mentioned github.com. You can actually use it there. You could use it Visual Studio or VS Code, et cetera, et cetera. The only place it's not available at the moment, Copilot extensions, is in the Copilot, GitHub Copilot CLI, as far as I know. Cool. I'm just going to switch over to the comments for a sec, just so I can see what's going on. Cool. Yeah. So one interesting thing is, you know, security is important. So the first time you interact with a Copilot extension, you know, oh, that's the wrong slide. Sorry. This is kind of what it looks like when you first start off. So if you want to use a Copilot extension, you'll have like your chat area for Copilot, and you have to actually start off with @ and the name of the Copilot extension, and then whatever your question is or whatever you're trying to do. If you actually say something like, hey, GitHub Copilot @ Olama Copilot, memorize this function, it's actually just going to use Copilot itself and not the extension. So you just have to remember, whenever you want to leverage a Copilot extension, you always have to start it with @ whatever the Copilot extension is, and then what you're trying to do. Cool. All right. So let's just talk a bit about the anatomy of a Copilot extension. Now, I will preface this with Visual Studio Code specifically, at least when I looked at this last year, has GitHub Copilot extensions that are specific to Visual Studio Code. I'm not going to focus on those today, just for time reasons, but also I actually like the more general Copilot extension, because this can be used everywhere. And basically what you need to have a working Copilot extension is you need a publicly accessible web application or something that can serve endpoints. That's number one. The other thing is you need to register a GitHub application. And those things, together with whatever permissions you decide to set, is what compromises a Copilot extension. And the bare bones permissions, and I'll show you this in a bit, but basically the minimal thing you need to have for it to actually work as a Copilot extension is you have to give access to the user's Copilot chat history. And this is read-only, and it's required. And there's no write mode. It's only always read-only. That's the bare bones one. If you want to have access to like the context of the editor, like what files are being edited, etc., you also have to add the context permission, which is also read-only. Now, when you're interacting with a Copilot extension, the first time you ask it about something where you might be referencing a file, for example, here I have index.ts, it's going to ask me, you know, can I actually access your context? So saying, I would like to read your active file and selection. So initially it says it failed to give me a 401. I have to allow it. And I can allow it for the specific project I'm in, or I can allow it for all workspaces if you're just like, YOLO, let's do this. And that's just a nice thing. You just don't want it all of a sudden just reading stuff without you knowing that it was doing that. So that's a little bit of security there. Just take a quick sip of water. Okay, I'm just looking in the chat. There's extensions, transform Copilot from a code assistant into a developer workflow engine. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, staying hydrated, Bap. Thanks. Cool. So for getting your development environment set up, you know, we just need to install the dependencies of this template that I'll show you in a second. We also need to expose the local development server to the internet. I'll show you how to do that as well. And we need to create and configure a GitHub application. We're also going to leverage the Copilot extension preview SDK, and I'll show you how you can debug the extension. One thing I'll mention about Copilot extensions is right now with the preview SDK, it's specific to JavaScript, TypeScript, but a Copilot extension that serves endpoints, it can be literally in any language. It could be Go, Elixir, I don't know, assembly if you're ambitious maybe. But at the time, for the time being, as far as I know, there's only a preview SDK for all things JavaScript. But that said, you know, it's open source. If you're interested in like leveraging your own language to leverage what's in the preview SDK, you could always maybe use Copilot to port it to another language. So we're going to go ahead and take do the demo here now, but I just want to show you, this is the template I'm using. So this is my GitHub Copilot extension template. Feel free to give it a star if you'd like to. This is like JavaScript-based project. It's leveraging the preview SDK, and it's just like a bare bones to kind of get you up and running. For the sake of time, I'm going to show you a Copilot extension I built with it, but I'm going to talk through the pieces in it. All right, so immediately sharing this. All right, awesome, cool. So let's go ahead and move over to the editor. And I know some people are probably going to say light mode, my eyes, but I find I live stream a lot, and I find light mode actually works better for sharing screens and stuff. Okay, so let's back up a bit here. Okay, that's the debug environment, but let's go back to here for a second, and let's go through what you need to do to actually configure the GitHub Copilot extension from the GitHub app perspective. So you want to go to your settings, and then you come down here, and it's developer settings, and I'll zoom this in a bit. You can see I've done this a few times. I'm just going to walk you through what you need to have here. So this is the one we're going to demo. So I've already created it, but essentially when you go to create it, it's the same kind of flow. There's a few things here and the required fields. So you have to give it a name. So I call it the product manager. Spoiler alert, we have a Copilot extension that's going to be a product manager for us. And when you actually reference it in the Copilot chat, this name is what's going to be used, but it'll be like at the -product -mgr, for example. Oh, cool. Thanks for sharing the template. So you need to have a name, obviously. The homepage URL, I'm using the same URL that I'm using as the endpoints that I'm going to be using in Copilot. But if this was like, you're deploying this to production, you would probably have like a branded page on your website, or maybe it's part of the Copilot extension. For now, it's a required field, so I'm just putting it there. So like if I come to this, you should see, okay, yeah, I have to say continue. But you can see here, it just says, welcome to the Copilot extension template. That's my branding. But let's close that. The other things, just to note, you need to add a callback URL, even if you're not using OAuth. I hung out with a bunch of the folks from GitHub at one point to go through this when this came out last summer. And this is apparently still a required field, even though it's not used. So you just fill it in. I just put the same URL. I think from a UX perspective, they're gonna axe that at some point if you're using a Copilot extension. Do not have a webhook active, and that's pretty much all you need to do there. And then let's talk about permissions. So I mentioned before, so we need account permissions. So at a minimum, you need this Copilot chat, and you need to have it set to read only. There's only two options, no access or read only. Without this one, it's just not going to work. I have this other one also added, and this is so I can get access to the editor context. This one is optional. It depends what you're doing with your extension. So those two things there. And then we come to this new tab that's been in, I guess, GitHub apps for about a year maybe. And by default, it's set at disabled. We want it as agent for this particular one, but you can also do skill set, which I mentioned, which is kind of like a bunch of tools that Copilot can access. We're going to focus on the agent one. And then basically the main thing is we need to have an endpoint here. And this is where your extension is actually going to, like from GitHub Copilot, Copilot is going to do a form post to this URL. And then, you know, I just have like, what is this extension? And I say, you are a Wacky project manager that, you know, suggests wacky, humorous product feature ideas. You kind of get the idea. So it's a bit of a spoiler. Okay, let's go ahead here and move over here now. So the other thing I want to talk about is we have the preview SDK stuff. I'm using some nice features in here. So they have all these helper functions. So you can say like create an acknowledge event. What this does is when the request comes in, it will notify the Copilot UI that like, okay, something's happening. And then you'll see like the UI adjust to show that something's happening. And when you're done, whatever your request was, you can say done, and that'll notify the Copilot UI to just say like, stop spinning or stop doing what you're doing. And there's some other nice things here. You can get like the user message, which is the latest question you ask or the latest prompt. There's some security features to verify and parse the request to make sure, you know, it's still an endpoint so people can actually post to it. So, you know, there's that too. I'm using Hano. Again, you don't have to use this. This is just what I decided to go with the template. Now, a few things to notice here. I'm just going to stop this for a second. We need, as I mentioned, we need to make this publicly accessible on the internet. So I'll drop this in the chat, but if all of you go to, well, not all of you, well, it doesn't matter, I guess, but if you go to this URL I just posted in the comments, you should be, okay, I can't post it. Oh, there it goes. You should be able to go to that URL and you should see like a welcome to the Copilot extension. The way I do that, and there's many tools you can use to do this, but since I'm in VS Code most of the time, I basically go with the built-in stuff. They have port forwarding, so I've decided to port forward port 3000, which is what my web app is running on, and I'm just going to make it public. By default, it's private. Those are the two criteria there. Now, I'm just going to go ahead and start the dev server. I've got the debugger running here too, and on the right here, I'm going to ask a question. Well, I'm going to say like at the product manager / feature, because I want it to give me a new feature. And this is going to start thinking, okay, and now we're in the debugger here, and this might time out because I'm in here, but basically there's some security checks. So I'm checking if it's a valid request. It is. It verified the payload that came in. So there's like special headers from GitHub to just verify the authenticity. That's a nice out of the box thing. Let's go ahead and let it run. And so what this extension does is it's just going to create a wacky product idea. So I was talking to my friend Gant Laborde because I give this talk at All Things Open AI, and he's like, "Love the talk, but it'd be cool if you had like a Wacky extension." So I decided to make the crazy product manager, well, not crazy product manager, but Wacky ideas product manager. So it says, "Sure, introduce the procrastinators pause button," and I can give feedback on this. So let's say like, "Awesome, let's only let them press it every 5 minutes." So now I'm interacting with the Copilot extension. I'm going to detach here just so that it can run. And we can close the side panel here just to get a bit more real estate. This is running on my local machine, so it could be a little slower. But you can see here, I'm interacting with it. It's suggested like, okay, that's great. Let's add the 5 minutes and stuff. So, okay, at this point, I'm like, okay, I'm pretty happy with that. So I'm going to say /done. Now, I'm like, this is a great idea. Perfect. Okay. Now, the nice thing here is I just got a prompt, and this is actually another thing that comes with the Preview SDK. I can actually output instructions for Copilot to give me a prompt. So I'm going to say, do I want to generate a products requirements document? And you can say yes or no. I'm going to say yes, just to show the rest of what I did here. And this is a goofy demo, I know, but I was thinking about it after I built this demo. This could actually be very valuable as a real PRD generator, just not with wacky ideas. And so I'm able to just generate this. And this is like a way for me to extend GitHub Copilot with something bespoke that I needed, you know, because like who doesn't need a wacky product manager coming up with wild ideas? But you can see it took our whole discussion. It consolidated into like what the core of the idea is. It took my suggestions in there, and then it talks about the requirements. And so that's pretty cool. We still got a little bit of time before we get to Q&A, but I just kind of want to show you like those other neat things here. So we're streaming the event. So this is the acknowledge. So this is what allows Copilot to just start that spinner or whatever the UI is, because it's different depending if you're on like github.com or GitHub Copilot. And then you can see here, I just have this template. I did this all in line. That's generally probably not a best approach in terms of like if you're programming something, but this is a small demo. But basically, I've just have this kind of hash table of like all the brainstorming sessions and the ideas. And then I just generate it in there and put it in a nice way, you know, and then I do some cleanup if there's markdown and stuff. That's a TypeScript error that I guess I need to fix, but you know, I'll get. We got about a minute here left, but so this is what's nice. So like this create confirmation event. So like, let's just do this again real quick. I'm going to say feature. Oh, I actually have to start the dev server again. Sorry. This is going to probably stop in a sec. Let's do another one. And let's do /feature. And I think it'll hit that breakpoint. Yes, it did. Okay, let's just click play. Okay, and it's going to go ahead and do its thing. It's going to give us a wacky idea again. I'm just going to get rid of this one. Now, again, it's my own website running on my local machine that GitHub's interacting with, or GitHub Copilot. Okay, I'm going to say /done again. And this is where we should see a breakpoint if I put it in the right place. Yes, I did. Okay. So where did it go? Here. There we go. You can see here, I've created the confirmation event, and I'm just let it run. I'll detach here because I know we're at time. But then you're going to see the prompt, and I'm just going to say accept, and there we go. Hey, Bob. That's
amazing. Thank you so much, Nick. Like, extremely insightful session. And also, I want to say, like, that template is a little gem. Like, I was trying to click on it, but I think it doesn't allow me to. But you definitely, I owe you a star for sure.
Okay, cool. Thanks, man. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, the one thing is, this is why we didn't want to stop you, because this was like extremely valuable. But we've run out of the Q&A time. However, like
okay.
Said, I mean, no problem there, because I think the last minutes were really important, right? Especially to close it up. Now, to the audience, if there's anyone who wants to follow up, please go start the repo. By the way, it looks really cool. But if you want to follow up on this with Nick, please reach out to him. And yeah, just wanted to personally thank you for this practical live demo.
Cool. Thanks, Bob. And thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Nick. Well, I think this is the perfect segue because, I mean, everything has been really practical in these sessions. This is why we definitely have the best track, by the way. But jokes aside, we are looking forward to this next session, which is going to be essentially talking about AI and refactoring legacy code, which is a huge topic right now. And we're going to be inviting Scott Wisham with over 40 years of experience, a real Java champion and veteran. So without further ado, let's get into it. Hi, Scott.
Hey, how you doing?
Yes, good. How are you?
Oh, great.
Yeah. Amazing. Well, oh, sorry, you were about to say.
I was just going to say, yes, I do have a lot of experience in legacy code. So,
yeah, I mean, this is why we invited you. We're extremely keen to hear and leverage your expertise on this. And so, because I know we all are very interested and we have little time, I'll just give the mic over to you.
All right, excellent. Well, thank you very much. So, yeah, if you want the slides, that's the link to them. My name is Scott Wisham. I have been working in legacy code for most of my career. Probably y'all have too. You just don't realize it. Code that you wrote last week. It's legacy code. Everybody's all excited about what AI can do for generating new code, but what can it do for legacy code? So I guess the most obvious thing you can do for doing for legacy code is to basically take some code, submit it to an AI tool, and ask it what's wrong with this code. And so I submitted this to 5 different AI tools. This a very simple contrived function here, strings of length 5 in uppercase. So it's going to basically take an array, a list of strings, get the string, map them to uppercase, look for any that are 5 characters in length, and add each one to a result, return that result. So that's pretty simple, straightforward. If you're an experienced Java developer, you'll probably say you probably don't want to use for each for that. There's better ways to do it. But there are other things in here that you may not have caught that we're going to see if the AI catches. Okay, so so the first, basically, I'll make a list of all the different AI tools that I use. First, we got ChatGPT, and it noticed what I suggest about the for each, and it suggested we should use the collect operator instead, which is proper Java idiomatic code. It also suggested that if you call to uppercase on Unicode string, or characters, that sometimes that'll change it to be a 2-character string. 2-character string instead of just a single character. So that might throw off this 5-character check. I don't know how many of y'all noticed that. So it also suggested renaming the function to be clear that you're doing the check before you're doing the conversion, just so that people would know. And it doesn't like the generalized input here, this import Java util star. It suggests that you should use the specific library should use Java util list and Java util array list, so that it's all specified. That's a tabs versus spaces argument I don't want to have right now, but ChatGPT has its opinion. So since I'm a Windows developer, Windows user, I tried it on MS Copilot, because if you're on Windows, you just can't get away from MS Copilot, okay? And so it found the Unicode uppercase problem and said that it may change the string length. And it suggested that you do the filtering before you do the mapping so that it would be less confusing. So I guess you could do that too. So next we have Google Gemini. And it points out that you should use collect rather than for each because that's the proper idiomatic approach in Java streams. It also points out that while it's good to not have side effects in code, some users might expect it based on how the function was named. And then ChatGPT generated this outline. So, and it was very proud to point out that Google Gemini did not mention the 2 uppercase length issue, which ChatGPT caught. So, a little bit of strutting there. Then, just for fun, I tried Grok, and I was pleasantly surprised. It pointed out that using for each isn't idiomatic Java, and we should use collect instead. It also caught the Unicode problem, calling 2 uppercase. But it caught even more. It pointed out that array lists are not thread safe. And so if we decide to change this to, instead of saying stream, using a parallel stream, that it would have undefined results. And then it noticed that we don't check for null inputs. And so that would throw an exception, and it should probably be handled more elegantly. And then it provided the code to do that. And then it generated expected output for some sample code and showed that it did in fact work. And it summarized its finding and offered to rewrite the code using all of the suggestions that it had. I thought that was really pretty nice. And then since Claude is sort of the de facto developer tool, I tried it in Claude, and it pointed out that in some cases, uppercasing might change the length of the string to a resultant string, so that we should do the filter before doing the uppercasing, but it didn't catch the for each operation, being poor Java style. It did give an explanation of, this is a potential output for a function, and so, but it said that the application was correct as written. So here's a table showing the different things that each one caught. And you can see that Grok is our big winner here, and Google Gemini was the weakest. But every one of them has certain strengths and weaknesses. And what I take away from this is that you should not depend on ChatGPT. I'm even using the pro version of ChatGPT. And so you should actually make sure that you're comparing this against 2 or maybe even 3 AI tools to check your code. Pretty interesting. Now, what if you've got, say, 1,000 lines of code? No, I do not own a Tesla. And so if you got, a couple thousand lines of code like I have, hundreds of thousands of lines, you don't want to break it up into 15-line snippets, like this to try and have it go and regenerate it. What you want to do is you want to break it up into small enough chunks that it'll fit in the AI window. And yeah, basically this is the code that ChatGPT generated the code using all of these suggestions from everybody. But yeah, if you have, say, more than 100 lines of code, then your results are not going to be quite as good. But then again, it's sort of like walking around your office and asking somebody to evaluate the code. If you give them 15 lines, different people are going to find different things real quickly. If you give them 100 lines, they're going to glance at it and they may not find things. Why might uppercase change the string's length or have a Unicode side effects? Okay, so in Unicode, there are some strings. Actually, one of the AIs gave an example that if you use a beta, it turns, and you uppercase it, it turns into an SS. I don't know the specific character, but yeah. Anyway, so with that in mind, I also thought, well, what about debugging? Do we use AI to debug? So you probably heard from I'm sorry, I can't remember the guy's name right now, but he spoke about Juni. And so I work alone. I don't have any developers working with me. I'm supporting a 20-year-old application, don't have any documentation for it. And I was trying to debug something or trying to test something, and I couldn't get it to generate the right information. So my problem is, this method keeps returning no, and I don't know why, and I'm staring at it all, for 20, 30 minutes trying to figure it out. And I said, I'll just ask Juni, okay? So what I did is, this is the prompt that I gave Juni. I said, the initialization that this object is not working as I expected. Calling this method on that object always returns a no. How can I properly initialize the data so that the function returns a value? So it goes and it generates its results. So reviewed, it gets the structure of the code for the object it's looking at. It opened another one of the Java files and looked at the method how that was implemented and initialized. Opens another file, makes sure that the constructor is working as expected, gets the structure, looks at the test data initialization, opens the test file, saw how it's tested, saw the data output and what was expected. It opens a test, looks at it some more, scrolls down a little bit, says, this method doesn't show this particular issue in the test class. And we find out, it doesn't, I have a fake object that goes and overrides this table model, and it does not initialize, it doesn't override the get table data item. So basically I'm missing this override, so I need to give it the data that it needs to have. So this is the issue. I need to go and extend this table model, and I need to override this class. So pretty interesting. And then it was so helpful when it added this method to my test class so that I can get it to work properly. I thought that was pretty darn cool. I'd been stuck on it for at least an hour staring at the code, and it came up with this. So I'm keeping a close eye on, oh man, I'm almost out of time. So there are other tools out here. There's Modern or Open Rewrite, and I would strongly recommend you get into that. There's also Kodo, which it's a plugin for IntelliJ and also for VS Code. So it's a really handy tool that does all really cool stuff. And then there's another one that's nice called refactoring.ai. I like that each of them. Thank you, Michael. That's exactly the example that AI caught. Refactoring.ai is a really handy tool. I like that all of them have a free version, because as you start using these tools and $15-20 a month for each tool, it starts to add up a while. So I'm supposed to be wrapping up right now. If we don't have any questions, I've got more I can show you, but let's see here. The fake data loader class extends that table model, fails to override the data table, which is likely an abstract or critical method in the parent. Right, yeah, the data loader table model, it's a Swing, Java Swing thing that you youngsters probably have never heard of. But it's so that you can use a table like an Excel table, and you can access the data. And so I don't want to have to use a UI in my test, so I just did a fake override of that, so it wouldn't be sending messages back and forth to the UI. It would go and catch all those and handle it. If there are no other questions, real quick, I want to show you something that we did. I work on the approval test project, and we had this problem where it was building up the file paths in a way that we didn't expect. And so we needed to go through and refactor how it was doing things. We created a new function that would go and get us the file path the way that we wanted. But it was done in about 20, 30 different places of the code. And it wasn't like a quick find and replace type function. It needed to kind of turn it inside out to make the function going right. And so I fired up, I said, why don't we have Juni so we don't spend an hour going in here and rewriting everything. And Juni went through, and this took probably 10, almost 15 minutes to go through and look throughout the entire project. And it made these changes. Then it gave us a little report of all the changes that it made. It took 3 lines out and added 3 lines in. So basically changed all these files. And I thought that was really cool. And then we started looking through, because we were skeptical that some AI is going to do stuff, and took a look at the code, and it did do what we expected. It turned everything inside out the way we expected. But then it also went through and cleaned up things. So we had this, we were creating a file name and then calling new file on this file name. You're sticking the file separator so you know whether it's Windows or Linux. And so do that correctly. Didn't even realize that there's a file constructor that takes a path, a subpath as a part of the constructor, and goes and sticks in the separator for you. So we didn't even need to call our function. It just went and refactored it in the way that we expect. We didn't even think of. And I was just super impressed by what Juni can do. And so, yeah, if you're using any JetBrains tool, take advantage of Juni. It's a really, really handy tool, and can help you get going quickly. So I have gone a little bit over my time, but I'm open for any questions or any other comments people have.
Thank you so much, Scott. That was, I think everybody probably, their heart skipped a beat when you showed that graph and the model result. Where are we going here? But very insightful nonetheless.
Yeah, that's a scary thing. So, holy cow, you'd think Gemini would be better. Yikes.
Actually, yeah, I'm just going to take a screenshot of this, because this is going down the history books right now. And just for visibility, we are sharing some of the very cool insights from the talk. And this one is definitely one of the controversial ones. So thank you, Scott.
Okay.
Now, just wanted to say that, yeah, we are getting closer to the end of our time here with this, but extremely interesting topic. There is a lot of merit in saying that this is probably one of the biggest areas right now, like refactoring legacy code. I think if we don't nail this, anything else that's being built is probably going to be obsolete, so and absolutely useless. So
that's how you get a hold of me if you need to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so just wanted to say thank you on behalf of everyone in the community. I see that the community has been super active, so I think everyone really enjoyed the talk. So thank you so much, Scott.
Excellent. I'm glad you liked it.
Great. Now we are going to be talking about something a little bit different in our next talk. So I'm really happy to present the founder of Keep Calm and Refactor. The founder of Runwen. Apologies. It's getting a little bit late for those of us who are in Europe, so please bear with us. So the founder of Runwen, Kyle Forster, who is going to discuss the other 70%. I absolutely love that title. The other 70% of enterprise engineering. And just to have a quick preface, Kyle used to be part of the leadership at Google, Big Switch, Cisco, Microsoft. So there isn't anything he hasn't done. Great, let's kick this off. Hey, Kyle, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm just chuckling. You had a comment. There isn't anything that I haven't done, except for being the founder of Keep Calm and Refactor. That I haven't done yet. So I think
yes, that's a good one. Really excited to have you, Kyle. Now the floor is yours.
Beth, thank you so much. I appreciate it. This is going to be kind of a lightning talk style, because as I was presenting this to my wife last night, she said, "Kyle, you realize how far over time you are." So I'm going to flip through very, very quickly. Thank you, Beth, for the kind introduction. I'm the founder of RunWhen. We're building agentic AI for SREs, platform engineers, DevOps, et cetera, et cetera. But this is a little bit. I pulled some numbers from our own personal dev journey as big users of any and all AI engineering tools that we can find for our own productivity. So I'm kind of going to start there. I pulled. This isn't very scientific, so my apologies if it's if that's kind of what you want. This is a lot of back of the envelope as I look through our own history from a bunch of repos. I just did kind of a quarter-to-quarter comparison and some monthly averages of before we were using as many AI coding tools as we possibly could, and after. Some of this, I think the first stat on the left is old news for a lot of people who are listening to this. We're up a solid 25% by lines of code written per person after experimenting with a whole bunch of different tools and different people in the team settling into a few. So that's pretty awesome. The one in the middle, as both somebody who's contributed about 500,000 lines of code per product and as the CEO, the middle one really makes me very happy. We're up like 30% of story points that we deliver in a sprint. And that's a big deal. To me, that says, I mean, I'm watching it. We get through code much faster with less, call it like less mental energy spent there. So a lot more mental energy gets spent on, are we doing the design properly, and are we really solving the end user's problem before we even jump into a new feature? So that middle one to me is really, really interesting. And I don't think as many people in the industry are talking about that. But the right one is very interesting. And I hope a little, well, let me just leave it. It's interesting. By lines of code that we're actually running in production, we're growing like 55%, growth per month of 55%. Because the sheer amount of using a whole series of AI coding tools, the amount of new open source that it's bringing into our environment is massive. And kind of our ability to grow our tech stack is so fast. I'm sure that this will change over time, right? As code bases get very, very, very mature, the tech stack changes a bit less, but this is a fascinating stat, and I'll show you why in just a sec. So here's another stat. We started separating out, we compared like for like PRs, and we started calling them landmines. And we said, hey, when a developer hits a landmine, and we define that as they hit a blocking issue because it's somebody else's code is doing something different from what they expected in our shared environments. Third-party open source is doing something different from what they expected. Third-party SaaS is doing something, infrastructure. This was true before we started using our AI coding tools very heavily, but now it's ridiculously visible. And I have to tell you, like, as the CEO of the company, this is such a huge visible thing, because I just watch our folks, myself included. Hey, here's a sprint where you didn't hit a landmine, and wow, we're flying. And here's a sprint where you did. And hitting a landmine undoes 100% of the productivity benefit that we've gotten from any AI tool ever. I'm just going to read it. If a developer hits a landmine, all productivity gains are lost. So look, this for us is a problem to solve. I don't have as good stats on our own uptime and downtime, but there's kind of the SRE equivalent that we certainly see amongst our customers in a big way. When a single SRE hits a blocking issue that requires somebody calling their colleagues, especially when it requires multiple teams getting involved, the MTTR time jumps up by a huge amount. Again, I don't have good stats, but we can kind of see it and feel it. So I'm assuming that if we actually did pull some customer stats here, you'd be able to see it too. So when we first started thinking about, like, hey, this is a problem that we want to solve, there are two interesting paths. One was, what if we took a technique that a couple of us have seen at FANG companies? It's been replicated by a fairly small number of others. And it's almost like, it's automation, but think of it almost like unit tests. like, let's build a huge number of unit tests across our infrastructure, across all our third-party open source, across our platform, et cetera, and keep on building up from there. It's a huge amount of work to get it up and running. I mean, I saw this on my last team. But once you do have it up and running, it's extraordinarily good signal to noise, and it's got this other really interesting property that the human readable text to generate. Hey, here is a check, and the check failed, and here's why. The human readable text is excellent. Hint about what's going to happen next. The other path that we didn't go down was, hey, let's limit it to going back and forth with observability tools. Look, it's much less work up front, but you're missing a lot of context. And I think anybody who started playing with this area very seriously recognizes that your metrics and logs alone require a lot of other data to get fed into an LLM to get anything useful back out. And a lot of the most interesting thing that's going on actually doesn't really have a whole lot of human readable text. So making this useful for LLMs, it's odd to see that this troubleshooting data that's useful for humans is actually almost completely useless for LLMs. So anyways, in very, very, very early on, we made the design decision while we work with observability tools to mostly focus on building out these automated checks. And our design goal kind of evolved a couple of times over the course of early development, but it's kind of settled in, like, could we build something like cursor.ai? Because we all love that tool, but could we build it for SRE work? Not only for SREs, but for any developer that is like at risk of hitting a landmine. Hey, something is wrong. I don't think it's my code. I think it's something else. Can we avoid a landmine really, really, really early by having a cursor type of thing? Check. Can you run 20 checks? Can you run 30 checks? Can you explain to me what's going on? It's also used in production, right? Obviously, like when an SRE sees something, oh my gosh, I'm seeing something that I haven't seen before, or I'm not really sure what this is, or I'm not really sure even which team this is. Same stuff applies in prod and non-prod. So this was kind of the core project that we worked. What seemed like an interesting glimmer of an idea about 2 years ago, it turns out that to make it work, it needs lots and lots and lots of tools. We built up a library that's now got I don't know how many, probably 700 or 800 now. We add like 10 a month, so it's a lot in the library. And then when we do these automated installs, typically we're talking about 5,000 to 10,000 tools for a dev environment, because that's about the corpus of what a really high-end expert human trying to troubleshoot, infrastructure, platform, OSS, third-party SaaS, all the way up into application logs and metrics. That's kind of about the corpus of skills that you expect in a real expert engineer. So it's fascinating because it's a lot, but it's not infinite. It's just a very, 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 very large number of skills, called a very large number of tools. Now, I think since we're using, agentic AI at this tool scale, there's some really, really, really interesting problems that are emerging for us out on the other side. A really hard problem became, you can't just dump it all into a context window and hope for the best when you're trying to do tool selection. We have to solve something that looks an awful lot more like search. Start selecting out from the corpus, like, hey, here's some interesting tasks to run. But it's a really interesting search problem because, in typical search, you have sort of a couple of keywords in the query and you have a couple of keywords in the result and they kind of match. Here, the typical queries are describing a problem. Like if you think about the body of an alert or the body of like, hey, I think this is down, most of the words involved describe the problem, and they're not actually, those words actually don't show up in the description of any of the automated tools. So there's this really interesting lexical translation problem. There's also this really interesting location problem that, say I'm trying to troubleshoot cart service, using my old team's sort of canonical learned Kubernetes example of online boutique. I'm trying to troubleshoot cart service as a deployment in Kubernetes, but actually the really interesting tasks are in the online boutique namespace. And I'd never even mentioned the namespace as part of my query. So there's this very interesting translation layer, not only in terms of problem to solution, but there's this really interesting translation layer in between, like, where are you in the infrastructure and like what's nearby? Which microservices you're troubleshooting, which are the dependent ones? Okay, which part of the infrastructure are you in? We used to call it the New York versus London problem or the dev versus prod problem. You really, really, really want to avoid high cost, like terrible situations where you're using this cursor tool, and suddenly you thought you were troubleshooting something in a dev environment. It's like wandered off into staging, or even worse, wandered off into prod. We came up with what I think is an interesting solution for that, very much inspired by Google Map search. I mean, it's fascinating. You go into Google Maps, you don't even think about it. You type in like Thai food, and then you get all of these really interesting search results where the word food was not in the title because the web pages say restaurant. It's Thai and related cuisines, and sometimes, very often, nowhere on the web pages they actually even say the word Thai, which I always think is very interesting that they can do that. And second, it winds up not searching for Thai restaurants all over the entire planet, but searching for Thai restaurants that are really relevant to my location. So, long way of saying, I know I'm time in this one, but the vector search that we do is not traditional semantic search only. It's semantic search as part of a vector, and then a lot of other information in the vector that turns out to make this search work really, really well. It's a very unique and interesting search domain. Just find that area fascinating. It's actually required to make the agentic AI in this area go well. A fascinating non-problem that we have, because we sort of enumerate all of these tools, all of these tasks, all these capabilities up front, RBAC becomes really, really easy. Some people are allowed to do remediation in dev environments, but not in production. Or some people are allowed to do a lot of information gathering in production, but they have to ask somebody else in the organization to help when it comes to time to change in config. So that turned out to be a set of extraordinarily easy problems to solve that I think a lot of AI for this other 70% of engineering for these troubleshooting problems has a really, really, really hard time with. And then if I look forward, an unsolved problem, and I can tell you with great certainty, at least on our side, it's unsolved. Building MCP servers with 10,000 plus tools is really, really, really straining, I think, the intent of the MCP of MCP and A2A. So I think carving up this problem space, we're going to see a lot of really, really interesting best practices emerge over the next 1 to 2 years as MCP servers scale. I mean, we're already there. Not only 10,000 tools, but you add in Jira integration, Confluence integration, that kind of thing. And our tool count gets very, very high in addition to our own 10,000. And I think this is going to be a fascinating area to watch. We're active in it, and my guess is that I'm sure that at least some of the other presenters here are starting to see these early problems show up in their own early product design. That was my lightning talk as fast as I could get it. I know that now at this point, Bap, I think we're back over to Q&A, and I think that or at least I hope that I managed the clock.
Hey, Carl, thank you so much for this very cool presentation. And yeah, it definitely seems like there is a huge opportunity, and I understand why. Yeah, you are building this company. Yeah, just this concept of landmines is definitely a very, very interesting one, and how there's space to really improve. Now, I'm checking quickly and briefly at the community, and I think, a lot of people were resonating with what you were saying. Just quickly calling whether or not anybody has any questions. Of course, as I've mentioned in the past, if any of you want to take this aside, you can always directly contact Kyle, who I'm sure will be very, very happy to have a chat on the side. But I see Macy has an example. Macy just commented. So what's an example of a gnarly landmine? That's a good one.
I mean, I can tell you one that for not one, but two of our developers, given the expectation of productivity that we've created for ourselves because of all the tooling that we have, one where we didn't have task coverage in our own tool, right? So now those are really, really visible on our side. This happened about 6 weeks ago or something like that. It turns out we were using Celery for a series of kind of offline automation, or offline kind of long running tasks. We were using it as a job runner. in one part of our infra, and it was the root cause was that Stellar was effectively running out of memory. It was clearly making a whole bunch of calls that were appropriate in a small dev environment, and in our larger test environments, download gigantic amounts of data. Not super surprising, but the way that it manifested itself, like the fact that it was actually this sort of offline job runner, manifested itself in these really weird ways because it was shared test infrastructure. We were running out of Kubernetes cluster capacity, so a bunch of other things were doing intermittent failures, and the failures were very intermittent because this thing only on some test runs would run itself way out of memory. There were a series of assumptions that we had in a very early stage part of the code about how long those celery tasks would take to run, and what happened if users were taking several actions like while they were still running, which was just a design error on our side and very early code. But this really exposed it. We didn't see the celery problem. We didn't see the memory problem early on. We just saw these other problems manifest themselves. So it wound up being two of our backend folks, which for us is kind of like, sure, like getting two people working on a problem for like an hour. Okay, that's totally normal. But it was two folks working on this for like almost 3 full days because of the really funky areas in our application where this manifested itself. It was both an infrastructure issue as well as an application issue. And it just happened to be in an area that for our library we hadn't tooled up. So I would say this was a gnarly landmine, because at this point for us, losing like 2 full days in a 2-week sprint across 2 people, 2 years ago, like it would have been kind of an issue maybe, but like we're so much more productive now that's a huge loss.
Yeah, ouch, as Messi said properly. Yeah, I think that was a very insightful example. On our end, we think this is like probably the perfect segue to jump into the next section. But before doing so, just wanted to say a huge thank you to you, Kyle. Really enjoy this session. One last little, at the risk of making myself redundant, but please reach out to Kyle if you have any questions. Yeah, thank you so much for the amazing chat, Kyle.
Bab, thank you so much. We really appreciate the time.
Thank you. Great. So, oh, apologies about that. I'm not even the one talking that much, and my throat is super dry. So excited to talk about the next chat, which is going to be about agentic workflow. This will be with Cambry Nurse, who's the founder of AI Agency Services. What I love about Cambry is he's a self-taught technologist. I'm definitely in the same ballpark, though way less talented. And he'll be talking to us about like agentic workflow powered by Dagger. So let's get straight into it.
I was just vibing to the music.
Yeah. The music is not bad. How are you doing, Cambry?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Yes, all good. Thank you so much for joining on this super cool conference. May I ask, where are you calling us from?
I'm out of Atlanta right now. I'm born in
Nice.
Trinidad, grew up in New York. Been in Atlanta for a few years.
Fantastic. This is just a little explanation, by the way, because this section is going to be definitely an interesting one. Mm-hmm. So Cambry is going to do some live vibe coding building in front of us. Mm-hmm. And there will be a section where we jump into the next talk, because in the background, there will be the build that Cambry will come back to with us right after the next section. I don't know if that made too much sense.
Okay, I might not need to.
You might not need to. Okay.
I might not need to, but let's see what happens, because we don't.
Okay, good. Okay,
great. With agents, you never know.
Absolutely. Cool. Well, then the floor is yours, Cambry. Thank you.
Okay. So I want to start out with a prompt that I'm going to use to vibe code. Let's bring it up. And here it is. And it reads, you're an expert, brand storyteller, and copywriter for an innovative AI products. Write a compelling and personable homepage introduction for a new agent called Cover AI. Sounds interesting. The agent image is attached. Its purpose and workflow are detailed in the README. Tone and style: friendly, confident, and lovable. Clear and helpful with a spark of delight. Emphasis on real-world value and how it makes life easier. Go. Craft a homepage blurb instantly that connects with visitors, explains what Cover AI does, and invites them to explore. I'm actually going to paste this prompt, and the only context that I'm giving to this prompt is my mermaid diagram, which is marked up in this markdown here, which in essence shows a flowchart of what's going on here. So call to action, encourage users to try Cover AI or learn how it works. All right, let's copy this bad boy. All right, let's head over to Lovable. Okay, let's paste you in. And let's hit enter. Okay, while Lovable churns away, let's talk a little bit more about what Cover AI actually is. So let's head over to the GitHub repo. Not that one, but this one. And this was put together by a colleague at Agency Services by the name of Tyrese Dixon. He's a young technologist, up and coming. Let's bring up his LinkedIn because let's give him some shine. He worked really hard on this guy, so you know. Let's give him some shine. Oh wait, he was just there. Okay, here he is. He's based in New York, right? And yeah, he interns here with us. All right. So he put together this README, which kind of describes what Lovable's generating for me, right? Let's take a look at it. And it's based on his documentation, so let's see if it gets it right. So Coverage AI agent prerequisites. Okay, what do I need? I need Dagger. I need to go to Dagger and install Dagger at version 18.5. Okay, I already have Dagger, so no need for that. How do I configure this thing? Okay, all repos should be configured to run and generate coverage reports. Okay. Okay, I think I have that. Configured to create an output file with the test results in JSON format. Okay. And it takes this configuration. All right, simple enough. Looks like the commits are going to have this AI gen thing. I have just configured. Okay. This is the command to run the coverage report. And this is what the output JSON is going to be. So it just kind of wants to know how like my coverage report's set up. Interesting. I can limit it to one file at a time. Iterations doesn't matter. I know because I built it. So let's skip over that. It needs to know how my tests are saved. Do you want to save your tests that are generated next to the code under test? I do. All right. This kind of gives a brief description on what these properties are. Let's keep it moving. It's usage. Oh, I need to do this Dagger call thing. Okay. What am I passing into that? Well, the branch, a GitHub token, the repository that I want to generate tests for, this logfire access token. All seems pretty straightforward. Open router. Wait, this thing integrates with Open Router? What is Open Router? Well, Open Router is a unified interface for LLMs. It's very popular amongst the AI community because it serves as like a gateway to all things LLM. And it has some really nice features to it too, like access to a ton of models from a ton of different providers. Let's get back to Tyrese's documentation. Oh, it also takes an open API. Oh, so either or. So I can provide it an open router key, or I can provide it an open API key. Okay, cool. All right. Dagger call. Okay, all right. This thing's also extensible. So out of the box, they support Jest and they support PyTest. All right, so that means all my JavaScript projects are pretty much covered, and TypeScript projects. And if I code in Python, I'm covered. But if I don't code in any of those two languages, I can build my own plugin. Let's see what I need to do to build my own plugin. I just need to implement these 4 functions: get code under tests, get the coverage HTML, get coverage reports, and parsing the test results. Okay, can I look at a sample implementation? Sure. Now here's the Jest implementation. Makes sense. All right, let's go back. What else do I need? Oh, let's take a look at how this thing actually works. So here's the agentic workflow. Looks like there are 2 agents here. There's a pull request agent and there's a coverage agent. Okay, so get code under test is what the coverage agent does. It analyzes a coverage report, generates unit tests, and if it generates a unit test that then it runs the test inside of a container. That's probably what that dagger thing is for. Okay, if the test fails, then it will keep going until I guess it decides that, hey, I can't write this test, or I'm successful. And if it's successful, it looks like it returns a code module, which sounds like a structured response. All right, we'll take a look at that in a second. And then we have this pull request agent. Now, for the non-technical folks, pull request is how developers introduce change into a repository. It's also how we communicate and talk about change. Well, we'll take a look at that in a second as well. Okay, so add git changes, it does a commit, pushes to the remote branch, checks to see if a PR exists first. If there's no PR, it creates one. Okay, and then it's done. The PR exists, and it'll update the existing PR. Okay, so this part here is probably how the whole process actually works. So we start the test generation. We build our test environment inside of a container. We get the coverage reports. We rank them based on percentage because we really want to tackle the parts of our application that is getting the least amount of attention, I guess. We loop through these ranked reports, and then we run the agent to generate tests. Interesting. Okay, what do we do from there? We set up a PR container for the pull request if we're successful, and then we just run this agent. So I guess this agent is calling that agent, but it's passing in a container with a test in it. I like that. And then we create a PR with the new tests, I guess for a human being to look at, because these agents, they be doing stuff, we don't know what they're doing sometimes. So you gotta have a human in the loop somehow. But if we generate tests and the tests fail, we still set up a PR container, and then we generate a pull request, but we give it a little bit more context as to, well, why did you fail? So maybe the human being can kind of get a head start as to, okay, this thing failed, but what's going on here? And then we also add some comments to kind of hint that human being to, hey, something has failed here. Let's go back to Lovable. I want to tell you guys a little story on how I launched agency services. So I actually, beginning of the year, woke up and was just like, you know what? I had a really good year the year before. I published for, I wrote a blog about technical debt, really passionate about technical debt and testing and best practices. And I often find that developers are most productive when hurdles are removed and they're able to focus on shipping features and not much maintaining code, which can sometimes feel like a chore, bog you down, sometimes even change your day when you have a bug. I'm really passionate about that. So I was like, I'll form a company around that. So let's go up to me when I decided to build this thing. I started vibe coding. Now, this thing is broken, and I know why, and I'll explain that for a second because I broke Lovable just now. I'll explain why Lovable is broken. We kind of have a love-hate relationship, Lovable and I, because it kind of got me off the ground, but I'm a little bit of more experienced developer, and as you guys can see from all the talks that we've heard thus far about vibe coding, it comes with a byproduct of technical debt, right? that's the byproduct, because you're trusting, you're saying I want this in a sentence, and then it goes off and tries to build it, but you don't really know what it's building. You don't really know what it's doing. Let me go down. Let me go down to where me and Lovable started to argue. Okay, yeah. So here we go. When you start seeing all these build failures, because eventually I got my website up, but Lovable, when I started asking it for more advanced features, it just started to fall down. So my response was, all right, how about I hop on the same branch as Lovable and start pairing with it? Let me go all the way to the bottom and just start pairing with it. And that's what I started to do. A little bit of spoilers. You guys see all these external commits coming in from Cover AI. So spoiler, what is it doing? It's generating tests. But Lovable doesn't like that because it wasn't made to generate tests and check itself. I even asked it if it could do that right here, right? I'm like, hey, can you wire up Jest? Right? So that at least I know once I reach to a point where I feel like the functionality is good, that you're actually working. And it refused to do that, so I did it myself. So let's go take a look at the long-standing running PR that I had with Lovable. 1 second. So this is actually my we're gonna move this repo eventually, but this is actually where I keep the source code for agency services. And 5 days ago, I opened up, Cover AI opened up this pull request. And it started to generate tests on the same branch that Lovable is actually building out my website. So this is kind of where it started about 4 days ago. And let's scroll all the way down to the bottom, where we're going to see Lovable, right? Because we just asked it to update my homepage. But what ended up happening to me is that I had a solution of a website, which you guys can go to. I can kind of because I want to do slides last. I'm all about showing, right? Oops. If you guys want to go to the website, you can go now. Let me put it up so you can scan it over here and go to it, right? And take a look at it. But what I ended up at the end of the day was a code base that I knew nothing about, and that when it broke, it was very hard to debug. So after creating those two agents, and hold on, here I'm running tests and setting up my repo to actually create a coverage report, I was able to generate, let's see how many tests I was able to generate. It basically validated everything that Lovable was doing for me actually worked. These are all unit tests. Let's see. Oh, we got some failing tests. Of course we got some failing tests because we just asked for new functionality. But at least we get to see what worked. Right? Because these were all passing right before this, because I could show you guys actually. See, I had 95% coverage before I asked for that new feature, and everything was covered. The only file that was kind of lacking coverage is this one right here, which is at 78%. And this kind of blew me away. I've never been able to get these types of numbers from an agent doing this before. I've done this type of agent and project several times. I think I've rebuilt this at least 7 times. And I'm going to show you guys how it was done in just a sec. So hold on to your seats. Let's go back to my terminal. So, okay, so I have what, 351 passing tests that validates that at least 351 test cases still work from the new feature that I asked Lovable for. Right? Now I am going to kick off my agent in just a sec, but I don't know if I'm going to run out of time, so I'm going to kick it off, see if I can get coverage for this. Right? Actually, no, wait a minute. this is the existing test, so this broke. Let me do a git pull. So that means that change actually broke some functionality. That's what this means. My menu bar is broken. I just pulled on the new changes. Let me run my test again. Let me run my test again. My goal for this talk is actually to launch this by the end of the talk. So let's see what happens. Let me pull it down again. Let's see what's broken. Oh, no, all passing tests. Okay, well, let's launch the application. Yeah, run dev. I can't even trust what Lovable tells me at this point because it's really not configured to work with, hold on, am I on the right branch? Yes, I am. Hold on. See, live demos are dangerous. Let's see. I don't see, maybe it's because of that broken test. No, I don't see that change. Let me see what's going on over here. Let's see what's going on over here. I don't see the change. Did it just not do it? Oh boy. Live demos. All right. I'm going to segue for a second just so you guys can see how this agent works and how it was built. Okay? We'll come back to this. Like I said, the chances it wasn't going to work. All right? But let's take a look at Dagger's tracing to see what happened for some previous runs that I've done. Well, how I got to 551 passing tests. Let's take a close look. So we have this generate unit test function. This was ran on Mother's Day, by the way. So let's see how these agents think and how it was coded to work when it is working. Let's look, yeah. Okay. Generate unit tests. All right, just some logging information here. So it looks like we're standing up 3 agents. One of these agents actually got fired during the creation of this, which is this review agent, because it was just, it didn't really serve a purpose and it was just kind of burning tokens. So you're not going to see, even though it's there in the logs, you're not going to see anything from that. So we have a Cover AI agent that is generating tests for our navigation menu file. It's finished the generation, and I am using a structured response because remember, we get back a code module. So the code module that we get back, we have an actual strategy. The strategy is kind of interesting because the strategy gives me a peek into the model's mind as to what it was thinking when it was generating the tests in terms of the strategy it is trying to use to increase coverage. Then we get the actual code that it tries to generate. And then if it runs the code consecutively, iteratively in the container and it finds any errors, it'll put it in this field here. So let's scroll all the way down because this is almost like a summary of what's going on. And let's scroll all the way down to where the agent was actually running and trying to build that test. So here we are. And remember, this is all extensible. So this reporter is working with Jest. So when we click on reporter, the reporter grabs the coverage HTML, and again, it's using this Jest plugin, right? And it has access to a container, right? We load in the package.json because we want to understand the dependencies, okay? And let's see what the first thing that the agent does. Agent runs, and the very first thing it does is generates a test. This was on the 11th, so it was a few days ago. Okay, so it generates a test. So it wants to see if that test has any errors. So it actually executes the command inside of the container to run the test and get feedback from that. So let's take a look at that. And as you can see, the test failed because remember, we're outputting a JSON. But the reporter also has another function where we can parse it so we can get like a readable, like what actually happened. So here's the error to that. Okay, so now it's going to keep going, and it kept going, it kept going, it kept generating, it kept going. There's no need for us to look at that. So eventually, it generated a passing test because when it ran the coverage report and it tried to parse the results, there's no error here. So now that it has a passing test, it sends that passing test to the next agent, and that's our pull request agent. So let's take a look at our pull request agent and see what it's actually doing. Okay, reporter. All right, looking at the coverage. So the first thing that the pull request agent is going to do inside of this container is check the Git status to see if there's anything. And it does. It finds a new file, and that's this generated navigation context menu file, right? And it's just like, okay, well, let me add that. So it adds it. And then it creates a commit message. Cover AI adds test for navigation menu to improve coverage from 0%, because we don't get that with Lovable. And then,
Can we?
Yep.
Thank you so much for like showing us how far this can go in such a short amount of time.
Okay.
We are trying to wrap up with we are trying to bridge with our next speaker.
Okay.
That said, I just want to say massive kudos on taking it this far, because like, again, super short amount of time. And I really love like the focus you're having on test-driven development. I think, you had the I mean, this is our thesis, right? AI native development, like everything should be like test-driven. And the fact that Lovable and all these platforms right now don't have this is an area of improvement. So, and I wanted also to thank you for showing like the community kind of like how to go about it, like how to debug, what are the issues, how you go about your workflow. So really, really appreciate it. Please do share some of the links that you've shared in the chat. I'm sure a lot of people are going to be really excited to take a look at it. But like that said, really, really interesting to have had you on the conference. And yeah, just wanted to say a huge thank you. Like that was really insightful.
All right. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. Great. Well, thank you so much, community, for bearing with us till that late. I don't know if you're in Europe, if you're in Asia, if you're in America, you're a little bit luckier. But we wanted to end this track with a bang. And I think we definitely picked somebody up there. I'm sorry, it's getting a little bit late, so my words are a little bit fuzzy. But the good thing is I'm French, and the person coming on is French, so we'll have it in French. Joking. It will be in English, but yeah, really happy to welcome the CEO of AnyShift.io. It will be a discussion around context and AI and infra, which is obviously a very, very important space. So looking forward to it. Bonsoir, Roxane. Hi, Roxane. How are you doing?
Hi, Bap. Bonsoir. Good and you? Amazing.
Yeah, very, very good. As I mentioned, we wanted to make sure that we keep the community engaged till the end. So we put you there not because you're not important, but because you're the important piece to make this a perfect wrap. So really excited to hear about, I mean, if you've been, sorry. Wow.
It's getting late.
Guys, this is it. Yeah. So, yeah, if you've been living under a rock, then Roxane is going to share with you what AnyShift is. But if not, she'll explain what AnyShift is doing in the context of infra. And yeah, I think this is it. The floor is yours, Roxane.
Thank you so much. Thanks. So yeah, nice to meet you, everyone. I'm Roxane, CEO and co-founder of AnyShift. We are building AI DevOps agents that can actually take a GitHub issue and create a pull request out of it. And today I will speak about the importance of context for AI application when it comes to your infrastructure. This is a subject we are dealing with day to day at AnyShift, and why context is so important. And spoiler alert, your infrastructure is a graph, and so you should see it as is. So I'm just gonna begin with a small introduction about how I'm going to speak about infrastructure and AI context. Like the first part of this presentation is to explain why it's so important, and for infrastructure as code generation especially, and why very often it falls short when you use Copilot, Cursor to actually generate your infrastructure as code code. Then a small live demo to show why in practice it doesn't work. And the last part would be how to actually create those graphs in practice. How to actually get some remediation to this shortcome of generating the right infrastructure as code relative to your infrastructure. So the first part I wanted to speak about would be kind of a concrete example on why infrastructure as code generation still doesn't work that well when you use it in your favorite tools. You can use GitHub Copilot, Cursor, etc. And very often it's good. It creates something that makes sense. But it would be snippets of code, but it's never wow. It's often, why not? And here I want to explain why. So to do so, I took a simple instruction to actually do kind of day-to-day task for an SRE, such as please create an AWS or a VPC connection in Terraform. The first person I would ask this task to would be a developer. Here would be an example of the code that could have been created with my VPC peering connection. So here you can see my two VPCs with hard-coded values. Very often, and I don't know, for those of you that have large code bases, but you will have hard-coded values and also ClickUps resources in your cloud because it's never perfect. And your developer very potentially doesn't know the good practices. Obviously, it's not good to have hard-coded values in your code, but did some things that worked and moved to something else. The right thing that he should have done would be to actually create some dynamic dependencies to avoid a breaking change in the future. So here, this is what I asked the same thing to GitHub Copilot. And GitHub Copilot is slightly more aware of the good practices than my dev and has created the right dependencies. So dynamic dependencies, not static ones. You can see it here. The thing is that GitHub Copilot doesn't know where to fetch my main VPC for this VPC peering connection. So what it's going to try to do is to continue code generation as a good LLM would do. And here is generating a new VPC, which would work in practice, but which is not realistic. I want my main VPC to be referred to. And this is a thing with LLMs. They don't have the entire context of your infrastructure. And so they are missing those dependencies that are needed to actually make the right references. So the question that I guess a lot of you would have would be okay, so could Cursor do it? Because Cursor is actually a perfect tool to make those mapping between different code files. This example here is to highlight what I expected. I actually wanted to have a data source referring, so right here, referring to my main VPC, which was already defined and running in defined in another repository. This is the actual code that someone like in my SRE team, DevOps team would have done. But let's go back to my previous example with my developer who has hard-coded some values. We all have some not the best practices in our code, but you will have some hard-coded values, intricate modules, and also live resources that are living with no definition within your code. Just define ClickUps in your Cloud Console. And because of that, when I'm actually trying to make this VPC ping connection with the right data source, here what you can see is that a tool such as Cursor is strictly incapable of making this reference, this connection. Why? It's because those IDs are actually only IDs defined in the cloud, live cloud data, and that Cursor doesn't have any ID of. It just has the code in mind. So you cannot do the connection between this ID and this VPC. And to make this connection, a Cursor or any other AI agent, we need to have full cloud access to all the different accounts, etc., and to the IDs and ends of the resources. So I just want to put to highlight it in a small demo. Spoiler alert, I'm going to show a little bit of AnyShift because we are building this AI context for your infrastructure. And now it's going to be fun because live demo part is always the funniest part. The example I want to take is actually a pretty simple example, but just to show the limitation that you can have depending of the tools you use. AnyShift, we are building some AI DevOps agents that can answer to question about your cloud between different sources that you can see here: GitHub, AWS, Datadog, etc. And here, so I want to ask, do I have unsecure IAM users? Insecure, sorry for my English, IAM users. And it's going to begin the thinking. And now I'm going to do it as well in Cursor. And I need to do a small change of screen. Share screen. Share my entire screen. Sorry for the infinite loop. And normally you should see it. And now I'm going to ask to Cursor as well, lists, do I have IAM users that are insecure? And what you can see here is that Cursor is actually going to query my infrastructure as code code bases. You can see it to the left. I have my TF AWS, the one for Cloudflare, the repository for Cloudflare. And it's going to query for all my repositories and search for the different IAM users. Actually, here it's having some hallucination and searching the web. And that's the fun part about live demo. But so let's see if I stop it. And I can actually show you previous chat history that I made. Perfect. So when it didn't hallucinate, what it found in my different files, so here in my IAM user files, would be to read the different users, and you found S. Jordan and Roxanne Fisher having some obvious security issues and uninterrupted access. I also have my Anibo user who doesn't have all the security checks, and some insecure temp goof user and Terraform goof. Everything is right here. And this is from the code. Now let's go back to AnyShift and to Annie. So I'm gonna share, actually it was actually working, but sharing my screen on AnyShift, which is this one. Sorry for the little interruption. But so do I have insecure IAM users? AnyShift or Annie is answering as well that I have Stefan Jordan, Roxanne Fisher, and Annie Rowe that are not correctly configured. And here you can see that you would also get the links to my AWS console, because Annie doesn't only have like the context of the code, but also the context of the cloud. But what I want to show here is that, more importantly, what it found here is that I have like a temporary goof user that Cursor didn't find, that has some accesses, but which is not defined into the code. And here you can see my temporary goof user with administrator access, which is obviously the wrong practice. And because Cursor didn't have like the cloud context, it couldn't have found this temporary goof user, which was obviously a security issue, but then couldn't be capable of actually from that make a remediation, a pull request to actually like either like create the right infrastructure like code to define this goof user, which is only living in the cloud for now, but also like change the accesses. That's a very small example to see how the context that's going to feed your AI is going to be like a game changer for the generation that you're going to make out of it. And so now, when we come to the third part, which is how we actually like create this context, I want to put a strong emphasis about the fact that your infrastructure is a graph. And it's kind of simple when you see it like that. Your infrastructure is made of different resources, an EC2 instance linked to an IAM user within a VPC, connected with different edges. And so you can see it easily as a graph with like the resources, which are nodes, and the connection, which are edges. This graph is actually super complex. When you need to map your entire infrastructure, it's a huge monster with multiple accounts, very often multiple clouds, tens of thousands of resources, and not even speaking about all the microservices running within. So it's actually more looking like that, like it's actually a subset of your graph infrastructure, but still. And the thing is, to create such a graph, the two most important parts when you need to create like for code generation is first to define a meaningful edge. Oh, sorry, it's actually a typo. Edge labels. It's not the same connection when you connect a VPC with subnets or a VPC with some kind of the metadata that you add within, or the connection with an EC2 instance. Some edges would be like, this would be configured by, this one would be linked with. So it's not exactly the same properties that actually make and define your infrastructure. The second part, which is super important for code generation, is making this deterministic mapping between your cloud resources and your infrastructure as code to be capable of mapping the right resources to the code definition, as we have seen before. I just want to finish this with how to build such graph or such context with two main areas with the pros and cons. The first one is about building a GraphDB, which is what we do at AnyShift. We build and maintain this deep knowledge graph of the infrastructure that we then query for code generation and incident remediation. It's great because like you have your entire graph in context with all the dependencies, with super high quality data, but hard to do it like within a team internally because it's super like takes a lot of time to maintain. A second part of areas of not research but development that is a great tool already is to use MCP servers to actually fetch this live context within your code. So for instance, if you use like an AWS MCP server, you can already have a subpart of your live cloud resources, which is great, to have some infos that you wouldn't have with Cursor or the code itself. it's easier to build in-house, but you will still have a fragmented view of your infrastructure. You cannot understand all the relationship, and it cannot scale indefinitely because you will get some rate limits when you do too many API calls with your MCP server. And just as a conclusion, really want to emphasize on the importance of context. Context is king, garbage in, garbage out. When it comes to infrastructure or any other field, your LLMs to create the right code need to have the right context. And because your infrastructure is a graph, it should be created as is. And that's it for me. I think it's really important, and I really thank the AI Native DevCon for making such a great event. AnyShift and Tessel and all the other kind of partners in this field are for me like building end-to-end this context, like this AI for the future, which I believe is really awesome.
Well, thank you so much, Roxanne. Really, really insightful talk. And yeah, I think it would be really interesting to see how some of the blockers that you mentioned with MCP, like how that evolves within the infra space and what AnyShift will do in the ecosystem. So yeah, extremely insightful. Thank you so much. And thank you to the entire community for, I just saw in comments, some people are coming from Hawaii, from Singapore. It's just like a very, very cool group of people. So just wanted to say that we appreciate you for being here. And also, we are about to deliver our final keynote from somebody not super famous, like just the CEO of Netlify. So if you are interested, you can head over to the keynote stage. But that said, just wanted to say one final thank you to Roxanne. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, folks. So we'll see you on the keynote stage, and thank you again.